Series E.
Series E.
Series E, Apex Legends.
Apex Legends.
Series E.
Series E, Apex Legends.
Series E Apex Legends starts right now. All right, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Series E, where it is Intel Week. And what a week it is to actually be Intel Week. By the way, Jamerson here, joined by a different face. We do not have Tom T Square Taylor. We've got KP5 instead. KP, how you doing today?
Doing well, man. How are you?
I'm doing all right. We had a big weekend for Apex Legends. Of course, we had the last chance qualifier happening just yesterday, actually. And some of our players were able to secure a spot in the Autumn Circuit Grand Finals. And so congratulations, actually, from one of the players from Team Intel, I believe, Tempest, was able to secure a spot this weekend. So congratulations to him, along with Farmer Lucas. And so two of our players from Series E were able to get in there the last chance qualifiers. But let's go ahead and talk about our tournament today. It is, of course, the open registration days. So our 9 partnered teams will be facing off against 11 other open registration teams. And it's the same format like always. We're going to have 8 matches tonight, and there's going to be $500 on the line, $300 going to the first place team, and second place will be earning $200. But KP5, how does the point distribution work out throughout the night?
All right, so we're going to kick it off basically. Starting off, you're going to get a point per kill or per an elimination. And then in regards to placement points, for first place, you're going to get 12 points, excuse me. Second, you're going to lead into 9 points. Third, you're going to lead into 7 points. Fourth place, you're going to lead with 5 points. Fifth place with 4 points. 6th through 7th with 3. 8th through 10 with 2. 11th through 15th with 1 placement point. And then 16th through 20th, you're going to get nothing, unfortunately.
Yeah, so it is super, super important to make it into the top 15 at the very least. We know that, of course, you need to have some sort of stability throughout all of this. It's 8 matches. It's a marathon, right? And so you need to be consistently putting on points every single game, regardless of how you play the game. If you play edge, if you play center zone, if you're looking for those early game fights, you need to make sure that every single game that you are getting points, because it's not a matter of just popping off in 2 games. When it's set across 8 games, consistency matters here. And we have a lot of teams, of course, that are consistent in our lobby. Some of the teams that we are looking at, of course, like 2 Brains, 1 Controller, who show up every single week. They are not one of our partnered teams, but they give them trouble every single time.
Yeah, I was watching back on some of the old broadcasts and watching 2 Brains, 1 Controller, and watching how they play together is quite interesting. They're an aggressive team, but they can also play very smart and very slow in order to, kind of control the lobby, the rotations, and secure the higher placement points with the elimination in the KP.
Yeah, so other invite teams that we're looking forward to today is actually going to be Dudes Night Out, who had a fantastic weekend during the last chance qualifiers. And like I said, we had two of our partner teams, right? Team Pop Tarts. Farmer Lucas was able to secure a spot with a different roster, along with Team Intel, making their way, Tempest actually from Team Intel, making their way into the Autumn Circuit Grand Finals. So we're going to be looking forward to them. And of course, this is some of the best practice that you can get in North America right now, because it's almost the only practice in North America. We got 8 matches headed our way. And of course, it's all going to be played on World's Edge, just like the ALGS. And so we've been doing this week after week, and we're not going to see much different. The thing is, we do have some different names in the lobby. So I'm looking at a team like Buff Pathfinder. They're an unknown quantity. Sinister Gaming. We really don't know much about them as well. And when you do have these kind of unknown quantities, that means the early game can be a little bit dicey. You might see some 50-50 fighting off of drop, KP5.
Definitely. Yeah, I'm really interested to see how Solidified comes out. I know Designful is one of those controller guys that really knows how to lead a team. So super excited to watch him and his team play. And I do notice some familiar faces here on this list as well from my days of competing. So I'm really excited to see how these guys perform, and I'm really excited to be able to shoutcast their actions today.
Yeah, it should be great. Another team that I'm looking at right now, Shame Assist. I've heard these names before, Sumo, Dirty. Not quite familiar with them, but again, it's these unknown factors. So we might see a lot of early game fighting. It is still game number 1, and we have 8 games, like I said, to really kind of establish people's drops. And generally, you know, in a tournament setting, if you're getting contested off drop, that's kind of to the detriment to both teams. We see that happening quite often, but it all matters. Like, it all depends on like how the 50-50 goes. If one team is able to just clap time and again, then maybe it doesn't affect them. And that's just 3 more KP that they're able to put on after every single early game. But again, if it's a long, protracted fight where resources are used up and rotation timing is just completely just thrown out the window because the fight took so long, then it definitely does work towards the detriment to these teams. We'll see exactly how a lot of our teams adjust to maybe getting dropped on or having to change things up. I mean, last week alone during the pro night, we got to see Team Razor trying variable drops because they know that their drop over at Skyhook was getting contested. So I believe they went over to Geyser, and then from Geyser they had to fight a couple of times as well. And we saw, of course, those 50-50s really kind of hindering their usual ability to get into the late game, be very consistent throughout the games. Team Razor is a team that we know consistently can put up 12 to 14 points per game, regardless of like how they play that one out. But that was not what we saw during the pro night for Team Razor. So again, it's about constantly being able to evolve, constantly being able to adjust to your teams right now. So let's go ahead and talk about what we're seeing. What have we been seeing in terms of like composition? Like, what have you really been able to suss out from how teams are playing now?
So yeah, definitely taking a look at it, there were let's say probably about 2 different weeks I was able to kind of sift through and watch and kind of pay attention to how teams were playing and what they were doing to use to their advantage. There were a few teams that kind of had stuck out to me. One, you had mentioned Team Razor and their ability to kind of adapt to different situations and basically just really combat anything that kind of is thrown at them, and being able to really kind of pop off and either take those 50-50s and be able to take advantage and make it a quick fight, or maybe they'll learn after 2 or 3 games that 50-50 is no longer worth it because, like you mentioned, you're wasting time, you're wasting materials, you're wasting rotations. And depending on where the zone can be, is really tough. So to be able to see a team that can adapt and be that quick, to be able to switch it up is something that I'm really looking forward to.
Yeah, and so this is, of course, Intel Week, and so we'll be looking at Team Intel, Tempest Hill and Teen, who have been doing a better and better job every single week. It seems like they're performing better and better, particularly in the last 2 weeks now. And, you know, they do have a central drop. This is a team that also will have to kind of vary depending upon the night, right? They drop over at Sorting Factory, and they can do that here during the open registration night, but then they have to change things up when it comes to our pro night, where we have teams like Sentinels inside who do contest over there at Sorting Factory. And so we'll see exactly how this week shapes up for Team Intel, but it's a surprising week so far, especially because we do giveaways every single week. So I don't know what's actually in store. I haven't talked to our admins, but we do have giveaways for these. And so keep an eye out for that in chat, guys, as it looks like we are heading into game number 1 on board with Team Intel. And it looks like they are being contested so far. Teen did take some shots at, it looks like a player that's over at Rotunda. So this is a little bit scary. It could be that maybe that player was just getting super greedy, playing over at Geyser and making that split for that. The cargo bots have been secured. He gets himself a gold at the very least over here on the low ground. It's going to be a gold stabilizer, which goes well for this SMG that he's running.
Absolutely, yeah. And I believe he also did knock down another gold drone as well. Looks like his teammate was able to get the loot for that. What the guy originally, what it looks like is, it seemed like he had, like you said, kind of gotten a little bit greedy and then realized, hey, there's a full team here. Never mind, let's back off. I'm really expecting to see a lot from Teen. I've known Teen for many, many years. I've competed with him and against him in many different titles. So I'm really expecting to see him pop off, and I'm sure he will, because I know he's a great, great player.
Hey, it's looking like my normal games here, as for some reason teams are fighting over Train right now. Dude's night out, already having lost Duplex, but it looks like Aves is going for that res as he Rollers has to drop down. Now the bubble comes down, but Aves drops off, has to pull away from that res as Rollers goes back up on top. He hits for the blue armor, hits for flesh, but now he's down into a 1v3 here. Gets the knock on. not going to be enough. Clinical and the rest of Team Rez are here to win that one out. On board with Flashpoints, who once again are playing with Nasky, and they are getting contested. It looks like a fight over by Overlook now.
Nasky can potentially jump in here. He's got 2 guns that are great for the close range where he's currently at. And he's going to have mid-range too with the R99 and the Havoc. He's got to play aggressive here because he's got to be able to use those automatic weapons to his advantage. And unfortunately, it looks like he takes down Apathy, which was great. And then Sebon coming in and taking out Rambo.
Yeah, it's just
Sebon's got to get Apathy back up.
See, oh, Sebon chases after Nasky right now, and he's dropped down to 1 HP. Goes for the repeak after this. The audacity of the man. He will fall. And it looks like Nasky survives this. And he has to back away as a third party came in, not able to actually pick up Rambo. And it was Team Sinister coming in, Barely Asian, Ziff, and Amitla here to clean up the remnants of this squad. We'll see if Nasky can come back in, but this team, Team Sinister, they can sit around and camp the banners if they want. Taking a look at the circle, it's going over towards Frag East side.
Yeah, we're going to jump on board here with Applejacks as well. It looks like Klain and Kenny were taking some shots and firing at each other. It looks like Klain is going to try to get back inside the actual tunnel here in order to resist these shots that are coming in from the team they're fighting over here by the door. They're going to be backed off here. They are throwing arc stars and getting some damage, so they're able to kind of slow them down and get a little bit of damage done in the actual area of here.
Yeah, quite possibly the third party, as you can see, Applejack's playing this completely safe. It's not just about the reset for Klain, but I'm fairly certain that it was a third party coming in, as we have a lot of fighting right now. Team Intel able to take out Nestle, Pure Life. As we can see, Applejacks are able to fully recover, and they might make another excursion out. Good. Thermite will keep them at bay as we join on board with Team Intel, who are still fighting, or were fighting, over by Sorting Factory. They were able to get Teen's banner, and they should be able to raise them safely, as I don't know how many more teams are going to rotate this far south.
Yeah, I think they're going to kind of lock down the map control over in this area of the safe zone. There might be 1 or 2 teams rotating in from the south side, but I think they're going to be able to hold down Sorting Factory and kind of just pay attention, make sure no teams kind of jump out and play with them here. Jumping kind of back on board there with Applejacks, they had tried to hold that tunnel, which would have been a good move because the other team had to rotate into it in order to get into the safe zone. So they tried to play it slow, but it looks like it may not have worked in their favor here.
Yeah, Pringles ended up getting pinched, and this was like the 4th or 5th party coming out now, as Rockstar now are pushing on to Team Applejacks. They already got the 1 knock, I believe, on to Kenny here. Matt Pickett is not with the rest of the squad. Crummy has to back away. He's actually on the rampart here, but Rakanishu playing the bubble will finish off Applejacks, and now Rakanishu is the kill leader in the lobby with 3. And I like how Rakanishu, of course, keeps his head on a swivel with that reset for Crummy, is making sure that the back is checked, but they have to be fairly safe at this point, as they were the 5th or maybe even the 6th party in that engagement.
Yeah, that was just crazy. I mean, that's where Apex Legends gets absolutely insane. Is what, you know, one team hears some shots and then they hear more shots and they start seeing knocks, and you know, everyone kind of just folds on top of each other, and that's where Apex can be insane, because there's not slow camping time. It's when there's shots, other teams collapse, and that's what really makes this an interesting battle royale to, you know, compete and watch in.
Well, we do have ring information as this does continue pull on over to Fragment East, but as you can see, the chokes are being held right now. This is looking like it, honestly, for most indications, that it's going to go over to the bins just north of the choke. And so keep an eye on that right now, on board with Team Rice Krispies, who have been able to get themselves a building inside of Fragment East right now, as Team Rez are making their move on through, trying to get deeper and deeper into this circle right now. Arc starred out. They're on the other side of a chasm, so they are kind of stuck in this position, but it looks like they are safe. Mike Lav is able to get that spray onto Sumo as he pulls out that massive now, taking the bubble fight, but it's just not connecting with that massive. Finally hits that 72.
No, that massive.
Down.
That massive was awful.
Will be able to keep his team alive for now, as he has to port on back. They do lose 1. On board with Team Razor now, still playing on the edge here, moving down from Skyhook. As the scans do come out, they might have found an isolated fight here on the western side.
Yeah, it looks like Zara Tricky now is just going to lay some shots down with the Hemlock. Hemlock is you know, since some of the most recent updates over the last few months, the Hemlock has become one of my favorite guns to utilize. The burst on it can be extremely detrimental to a team. So seeing somebody that can run that and be consistently and hit their shots, it's a really dangerous thing because you can easily get a pick on a team, which can then lead your team to victory over that fight. So I'll be interested to see how Zara Tricky continues to play with that Hemlock there.
Team Rockstar did end up losing Rakinishu in this fight, though. Amitla was able to pick that one up, and that's the Gibraltar going down, and they don't have the additional movement abilities. Of course, they do have the Rampart walls if they can try to utilize that to try and get him back on up, but here comes the scan. As we can see, the Watson generator going down, the defensive bombardment was used, and so great counter for them. But again, they haven't been able to recover Rakinishu quite yet, and Matt Pickett finally gets that battery off, and so he has reset, but they're fighting into a 2v3 right now with the high ground. Luckily for them, they have some extra cover to work with along some more defensive abilities here, as Matt Pickett once again playing from the high ground here. He's got the Hemlock, he's got the Eva 8, dropping down a little bit lower here, but it does get tagged from behind. It's Crummy taking out Barely Asian, bringing this down to a 2v2. They have the balls to actually try and push that, and they get punished for it. Matt Pickett now dropping down with that Eva 8 to try and finish them off. Not able to quite hit it. Crummy getting another knock onto Amitla now as the Eva 8 hits into the big boy. But will the third party come in? Matt Pickett gets the armor swap, and he will start the res off onto Rakinishu. Rakinishu will drop down that bubble and get Crummy right back into things. Great recovery coming out from Team Rockstar.
Absolutely. Crummy and Crummy had played that really well by just kind of laying suppress fire down and then allowing his teammate to kind of come in and scoop him up with the R99, or I'm sorry, the Hemlock and the Eva, which he was really able to clutch up and save his team to let them continue on into the future of this match.
Yeah, and it's super important because they have a decent position, right? They came out from that connector tunnel, of course, so they can possibly play this choke, not this choke exactly, on the eastern side of the zone, and then possibly position for that late game circle. Any team might have that recon for us to see where the next circle pulls. That'll be awesome to see, but honestly, I believe this is going over towards those blue bins just north of this position here. As you can see, a team is playing that choke, and we do have the ring continuing to pull on over towards that side.
Yeah, like as you mentioned, right now, where you get down to 11 squads left, you're getting into the smaller zones. Your situation and kind of where you're set up on the map is going to be huge. Obviously, you want the zone to work in your favor, and if somebody does have the recon to be able to see the actual next ring that's coming up, they can definitely lead their team to be set up a little bit better than some of these teams that might be at a disadvantage. But I think location and just holding position is honestly key when you start getting to this mid to late game before everything really starts unfolding, because if you can put yourself in a advantageous position, you're not going to have to worry about teams folding on you, and you can be the ones that are sitting there third partying, which is going to be huge for racking up those elimination points and also securing yourself a much higher placement.
Nasky in a very tight predicament here. He's in the thick of things over at Fragment East, and we know how many Bloodhounds are currently in the lobby right now. And so trying to play out as a rat can be incredibly difficult. Hopefully, though, you know, the stalemate of a lot of teams just not really wanting to push buildings might keep him safe. We'll see exactly how that plays out. So you did see that the banners were expired. He's not going to be able to pick them up. And so he is the only chance so far for Flashpoint now, as here is the push. Rice Krispies, right? Look at the first knock on to Blight, but it looks like right now they do have the advantage, the 2v1. Bird doesn't have much HP behind him, but Stunny does as he finishes them off with that Volt, and they will stay alive for now. Quick recovery on out as well. Team Rockstar taking position of that choke that I was talking about just beforehand, coming on over from No Name, but a team is already in position over by the blue bins, and so Rockstar gonna have to play this edge extremely well.
Yeah, I think Rockstar just kind of sits here and just takes their time. They have vision of a lot of the open area, and they can kind of pick and select who they might want to focus on if they do see people rotating out in the open. But for the time being, they're in the zone. They don't have too much to worry about. And I think, if anything, they can use the rocks down the hillside here to kind of secure themselves and give themselves a little bit of shelter while trying to rotate.
they can also just use Sheila to be an absolute nuisance. And this is something that we don't get to really talk about often. I mean, we've seen Rockstar kind of play around with this. Matt Pickett trying out Horizon and Rampart. You know, he does like to try and new things out before going back to standard. But Crummy now going over onto the Rampart. I mean, this might be something that works. Again, it's about getting the practice in here, especially when we have 8 games to go. It's Team Razor now making their move on in from the edge. They do have to be careful. Again, they've got that chasm to play up against this. A nice nade and Arcstar comes in, connecting onto them, forcing out a lot of bats from Team Razor. They have time to work with, though, on this rotation, as Zara Tricky will go ahead and pop down that defensive bombardment. Mr. Hackula is able to make it behind cover here, and they got the knock onto Hambino. Zara Tricky with that Hemlock that you were talking about, KP5, just doing so much damage.
Yeah, the Hemlock is just the gun is it can be detrimental to a team so quick. You can go from 0 to 0. And one thing too is we had just realized that the ultimate going out from Gibraltar there. I mean, that thing is just detrimental to a team. If they're up on top of the roof, that can just strike right down on the team, and that's exactly what just happened. So I'm interested to see how that team recovers that is sitting there under the bridge.
Over aggression coming out from AMG here as they were trying to take advantage, I believe, of the knock onto Crummy here. You got to see Matt Pickett really using those amped walls to get the additional damage off right now. Team Intel, though, in a spot of trouble. Hill has gone down, but Tempest is going to stick the res for the time being. They've got 20 seconds to reset before they have to start moving. The bubble has been used, so he will be able to fast heal with that bat. And we can see Team doing an amazing job on that Wraith, just keeping that team at bay. It might be Team Razor on the north. Don't know exactly how they moved through this. Never mind, it was actually Sola Fide. So a combination of Team Cheez-It and Team Intel able to get rid of Sola Fide here. And that is a major threat, especially when you get rid of those control abilities that are just absolutely dominant in the end game.
Absolutely, and this is the the gameplay that I was talking about earlier. This is what I'm expecting to see from Team. I'm really expecting to see him kind of hold his team down, be the one to be there to be a nuisance when need to be, and like you said, kind of keep the team at bay and not allow them to rotate out. So I'm interested to see how Intel's going to do continuing into the match.
Take a look at that poll coming out, though, KP5, as it subverted everyone's expectations. It's going down now south on the other side of the mountain to the compound just north of Sorting Factory. And there's only one team really in position for that. There's already a team that's controlling the choke to get there as well. There might be an opportunity for teams to try and rotate to the west-hand side, maybe make their way through Harvester, but it's still a difficult task. It's Team Rockstar that's currently trying to push up for this choke now, contesting up against this Watson squad right in front of them. They will have some armor swaps to work with. They can pull that out if they want to, but Rakanishu and Matt Pickett are already on the front lines here, and it looks like they want to start making a move for one of these buildings. I mean, for the most part, there's plenty of vacancies here, but Team Rockstar can just play for the edge here, play for the KP, and slowly walk in with this zone.
Absolutely. Rockstar definitely needs to stay right here in this position right now. Like you had mentioned, there is vacancy and there are open buildings. They will want to secure one of those soon. However, they do need to hold the top of that hill for the time being. That way they can get the KP, get the elimination points, and move on forward.
Here comes Team Razor now, though, making their move for the third party on this fight. As I believe we saw 2 brains, 1 controller getting pushed here. Stunny has gone down, but Bird is going for that fast res onto Stunny. Sung's trying his best, and he will be able to survive this one. Out. Team Cheez-It go down. It's Team Intel that have found themselves in position here on the next circle, and they have one of the best buildings you can really play it out with, especially if you got a Watson. A lot of areas that you can just retreat off of if you are getting pushed and you take too much damage to try and go for resets.
Absolutely, and I think they kind of have this little segment of the map kind of locked in. I feel like this is the only way that teams are going to come in. There might be one team that rotates behind them, but they're going to have to go wide, and they're going to have to go quick as that zone's going to be continuing to push in. So I want to see how they lock it down here and kind of lock this building down and use it to their advantage in order to see the teams that are coming down the hill and hopefully rack up some kills for them.
Rockstar just still continuing to play the edge here. They can take their time, of course, as they do have the Gibraltar, they've got walls, they have a lot of defensive options if they're going to start making a late rotate into this next zone. And really, they want to play for as much KP as possible. And the other team on the other on the other side of this engagement you know, they do have a sliver to work with. They have that safe spot there, as you can see on the north side of the zone, that's still in right now. Good job for Team Rockstar doing a good job of making sure that they're not just tunneling onto that one team to their northwest, that there's a threat to their northeast as well. So they're going to try and back away and allow the ring to pressure this squad, but it's Team Rice Krispies now pushing on to Intel. And this is what I'm talking about. Playing with the Watson inside makes it so difficult now, as the bubble has been used here. Does not cut off the fences, but allows them the entry in. The interception pylon has already been used, but Teen is able to get that knock onto Sung as AMG come up from behind as a two-man. It's all up to Sleepy Panda here to try and survive for as long as possible, going into that Wraith queue, but he's going to get chased down now as Teen gives pursuit onto him now, pulls out that Havoc, but he has to queue himself. Team Intel, they really don't have to bite off more than this. They should be happy that they were able to thwart this push onto their building, pick up some KP, and get into the top 4.
Yeah, Intel really lucked out there as well. AMG had kind of came up and saved them from behind. They were all kind of backed into this one corner of the building. They were getting naded. They had the pulls up, but that wasn't stopping them. AMG really kind of came in and saved Intel, and then Intel was able to kind of swing back out and then take over AMG real quick. So well played by both teams there. AMG, definitely the savior of that fight.
Ooh, a lot of cover to work with, but Team Rockstar now are here, set up with Sheila. They got the walls as well, and as soon as that bubble goes down, Crummy is getting ready to lay into them now. He's got the spread just lying up, and oh my god, the damage! As it looks like Team Rockstar are looking to finish things off. Team Razor, one of the few full 3-man still alive here, but Aculo gets cleaned up, Mercy Only's gone, and it's all up to Zara Tricky. Now, Mercy Only is bleeding out, but will they be afforded the time to try and get the res? Zara Tricky decides to push up off of this. He doesn't have a bubble to work with. It's Crummy now getting aggressive and barely missing that. There we go. Crummy will be able to finish off Zara Tricky, and now we're down to our top 3 squads. Rockstar moving in. Defensive bombardment has been used. Great slide under the building here, as it looks like they're still getting hit, though, by some of that defensive bombardment, but they are safe for now.
Rockstar is in a sticky situation. They're playing the low ground right now, and they're gonna have a team that's gonna be directly to their west, utilizing the bubble right now. And I believe that's Intel that's gonna have that bubble kind of up for them. This bubble's gonna be going out here soon, so I'm really interested to see how Rockstar can make that push into Intel and see what Intel does to hold that building.
Yeah, so I believe this is a 3v3v1 with AMG's Sleepy Panda still alive, if I read the kill feed correctly. Now, Hill making the push on in, getting some decent damage off, and Sleepy Panda gets finished off. There it is. And so now we're down to our top 2 squads remaining here. As Intel were able to infiltrate this building, they're holding down on that door for now, as we have found ourselves in a little bit of a stalemate here. You got to be careful backing up off of that door. Matt Pickett, he's got the PK. He's got it charged up. He can go for a big burst. It's Hill on the other side, so you got to be careful when you're playing around that arm shield. As you can see, they just back away now. Bubbles have been used from both sides here. Hill holding the angle on the left. He's got the Volt. He's got the Mastiff. They want to play for the close range, but it's so difficult when you've got just a PK on the other side now. Teen taking the low ground position. Does get sprayed down on that red. Takes about 60 damage there, but he'll be able to just sell that one up. Once again, very tense situation as we got 15 seconds before the zone starts closing, and it's Team Intel that have, I guess, the least amount of pressure on them right now. They are safely in the zone. It's going to be the other side. How are they going to try and manage this one? They will have the cooldowns. They will have the bubble along with everything else really to work with here as the drop down. Their bubble has been used from the other side. Teen tries to push in. Massive shot hits for 39. Tries to play around the bubble. And it's going to be Tempest to get the first knock. And there it is. Team Intel take the win. Great move out of them in the mid game to put themselves in this position.
Absolutely. That was huge. Intel was kind of just sitting nice and free and easy there. They were able to kind of hold down each angle that they needed to hold down. The other team was going to have to push into them. Intel played it perfectly, and it's exactly what I expected.
And so we do have to, of course, take a look at that final scoreboard of the match to see exactly how things shaped up, because there was a lot of fighting going on. We're going to go ahead and take a break. When we get back, though, we'll have the scoreboard along with game number 2 here for Series E during, Series E during Intel Week. And so don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back.
I'm Hill from Team Intel, and I use an i7-9700K.
This lobby is absolutely insane to think about. Great shots there with the Spitfire. Going to take a lot of damage onto that Gibraltar. Bubble gets used, but that's not going to be enough. This is Team Cheez-Its flying in. Oh my gosh, are you insane?
Intel, the best a gamer can get.
Welcome back, guys, to Series E. It's Intel Week, and what a way to start it all off here for Intel Week. You got Jamerson here, joined once again. Am I pointing the right way? Nope. Joined by KP5. Thank you so much for joining me. You had a great first cast, and I love the energy right now, and especially, of course, starting it all off with a blast. We had Sheila in one of our games. Thank you, Team Rockstar, for pulling that one out. But I mean, I think we saw the top 3 teams right now, especially amongst our partner teams, Team Intel, Team Razer, and Team Rockstar, all just slaying out in this lobby.
Absolutely, and I'm excited to see the scoreboard. I really want to see who popped off, because as you mentioned, there were a lot of fights throughout there, and I'm really interested to see. Oh, here we go. Rockstar, 23 points. Intel coming in close at 21 points. So it looks like Rockstar, even though they didn't take the win, they're going to take first place over Intel currently right now. And that just goes to show that eliminations really, really do matter.
That's 14 KP that Team Rockstar were able to put on, and that's, of course, coming down to excellent control of the choke. We were talking about it beforehand, that either way, playing that choke is going to be important. You and I, we thought dead set it was going to go over to the blue bins just north of that choke and ended up pulling down south. But either way, Rockstar plays for that flex, and they're able to pick up so much KP along the way. And like you said, despite taking second place, they're currently first place in the leaderboard.
Yeah, and it just goes to show you how important it can be, like you said, to be consistent and place consistently. But you always want to make sure that you get kills. In these tournaments, sometimes I see teams that they don't worry about getting the kills, or they worry too much about the placement, or vice versa. They worry too much about the kills and not the placement. You need to have that even balance in order to be consistent across the board and bring your team up in the leaderboard.
Yeah, one of the things we were talking about consistency, Team Razor, they ended up in third place, or excuse me, fourth place in placements because of AMG Sleepy Panda, who was able to rat that out into third place finish. And so they finished fourth with only 3 KP. So typically, we see them averaging around 10 to 12 points around. So it's a little bit lower than expected, but this is still a good start for them. This is a team that we know that can run that marathon. So still looking at Team Razor, and I think one of the things that worked against Team Razor was just that we had so much early game fighting that Team Razor now, they've changed up their style, right? They're playing a little bit more edge. They weren't able to find as many edge fights because there weren't as many teams alive with all the early game fighting going on.
Absolutely, and I think that also goes into account too with Intel. Intel, they had a fight early on in the match, about midway through the match as well, but they were a sortie factory the entire time. So kind of what we had discussed earlier is they weren't going to have any other teams really contesting them. So they weren't able to really clutch up with the KP and the amount of kills that they necessarily needed in order to put themselves in the first place position. So, you take a little bit of a less risky drop, but then you also risk getting KP. So it's got to be a nice balance of everything in order to kind of keep working your way up.
Yeah, and that's kind of the evolution that we've seen a little bit in terms of the metagame for Apex Legends. Early on, of course, it was very heavily get center zone, get into a position, try to find KP in the mid game, like by getting third-party long-range kills, and that stopped working for teams, right? And so we're seeing a lot more edge team compositions, a lot more Gibraltar compositions, less Watson compositions coming out. But now it's the ever kind of evolving meta game here in Apex Legends, which every region honestly plays it so differently. I was taking a look at some of the APAC North games last night. The FLL League was happening, which was super cool, by the way. They have a VTube caster. And I was really hoping that I would be the first VTube caster. I was getting all the assets set up, everything. And then my dreams were just smashed. And so that happens. But we're seeing, of course, a lot, like I said, compositional changes. Team Rockstar really doing us a biggie, pulling out that Rampart. I almost forgot her name just because I don't see her often.
Yeah, I was really interested to see them break it out, but being able to throw down the walls and have the machine gun and be set up the way that they were to really kind of just rain down and have open firing season is something that can be advantageous, but only in specific situations like that. You're not going to see that utilized often, and that's why you said it. It's one of the first times you've seen it used in a long time. So I'd be interested to see if they switch it up, if they continue running the same legend setup, or if they have something else that they want to go with and try.
I don't see why not. As we are headed into game number 2, here we go on aboard once again with our winners from game number 1. It is Team Intel. And 21 points, currently in second place. Yeah, I know it's strange to say, but that's kind of just how the game goes. But already they're looking pretty good. 2 blue armors as this time around they're playing a little bit more conservatively. As you can see, they were all running around the banana building here, but now they are starting to spread out for the rest of the loot here at Sorting Factory.
And this is huge too, Intel. They came in early last game and they kind of locked down Sorting Factory right away. Sorting Factory can be super good for when it comes to getting loot for the entire team, being able to level things up and whatnot. And I honestly did not expect them to be contested here, but they are going to be contested by AMG. And it looks like Hill was able to take out decoys with that Hemlock. Of course, that Hemlock is hero to zero real quick with that gun.
Yep. The man just trying to play it around over at Jungle Gym. You play around too much, you get punished here. And that's going to be an early KP for them. They haven't actually secured the knock quite yet, as they want to continue pursuit now. Hill has jumped on over to the other side as he has to drop down that balloon. Still buying time for the rest of the squad to come on in, and so they will have the 3v2 fight as Tempest pushes to the front line, hits for that flesh, but he will back away once again. That just keeps Hill alive, and that's the important part. There is a blue armor swap. I don't know if he can go for that quite yet, as Dude's Night Out getting to a fight with Team Rez as well. So we're seeing a lot of early game fighting once again. Teen gets tagged over from another Jungle Gym here. And so AMG is absolutely spread apart now. But we have to remember, they never really secured that knock. And so they might be able to get the res. We'll see Teen backing away to where they got that initial knock, I believe, onto decoys. But they might have been able to get him back up.
Yeah, I'm curious because they were there. They did have time to get the full kill on him too. I'm surprised they didn't take the full kill while they had an opportunity to do so. But I was also really surprised to see them getting contested here at Sorting Factory. You know, I would think after last game they kind of solidified their position here and kind of locked down. I was not really expecting anyone to contest it, but you know, just goes to show you that with the first few games, with the way that the format is, you can take those chances and try to be a little bit more aggressive off drop. And if you can solidify that spot and create that as yours, you're no longer gonna have to worry about any foes landing where you are.
Yeah, AMG, just one of those teams that we see during our open weeks or open nights where they have a variable drop. They'll go around contesting different drops. Ooh, nice pickup coming up from Tempest there, as he does get that purple for himself. And there's even a cargo bot still roaming around currently. But yeah, very unfortunate for Team Intel. That could have been the early game. KP got a little bit aggressive on AMG, a little bit over aggressive. And luckily for them, though, all they miss out on is 1 KP. Team Pringles, though, now making the rotate in over to towards Sorting Factory here, coming up from the south side, as they're being very, very cautious here. Casellos is going to be on that Caustic, joining on board with Team Applejacks, though, as they were trying to pick up that beacon. They do get it. They have that information for us, and we have another zone. Looks like might be going over to the car. Just north of No Name. We'll see in just a moment here. They are getting contested though, and so right now looks like they're just going to regroup and huddle up in a building together.
Yeah, in these situations, you know, you have one person with white armor, you got one person with blue armor that's halfway done. You probably don't have a lot of cells and or batteries to spare, especially with a spot that looting like this. I'm not sure exactly what they looted before this. Gun setup wise, triple take, always, you know, a good gun to have to be an absolute nuisance to teams that might be far away. But in these kind of more so close counter combat and fights, he only really has the R99 to work with, so they got to be careful with how they take their shots here.
Ooh. D7 scout here for Farmer Lucas. Instead pulls out that massive hits for the blue, but oh my god, that's a big shot as he's dropped down to about 30 HP. Charge rifle in the hands of Blight. Not quite the tools that you want to work with, as that bubble has been expended. Blight drops down to the low ground, but there's so many nades that he has to dodge out for right now. Pop-Tarts, his Fat Fruit Ninja, actually cancels that bat, and he will go down to Sumo, as Lucas will pop into the queue to try and back away. Blight might be left alone over there, and he will get finished off. Sumo with the R99 picking up 2. And what a huge surprise, as oh boy, it looks like Flashpoint might be getting into a fight themselves currently, but we'll see how long Lucas can survive for here as the Wraith. And you know, we do see the shots going across the bow there, either side just fighting now. It's Shame Assist pushing up, as there's another squad here still over at Train. You can see right now a lot of teams starting to maneuver into this area.
Yeah, Train looks like it's becoming the hotspot of this map, and of this match, should I say. And this is kind of what we're talking about. You know, shots kind of start going off, people start getting knocked. You're going to start seeing teams collapse on each other. I'd be really surprised, though. I think Lucas might actually be in a decent position. Obviously, Seamus isn't aware where he is. He was able to get out with his Q, and Lucas has been able to kind of just sit there backed up in his own little corner while the 2 other teams are fighting at Train Yard right now. So Lucas might be able to get away with it and potentially get a better placement for his team going into the end of match 2.
Yeah, blessed to not have, oh boy, blessed to not have a Bloodhound on the other side, as Team Rockstar now starting to make their maneuver on in, going up through that connector tunnel here. And this is the same way we saw them play it out earlier in game number 1. They were able to move up towards No Name, take control of that, but they are meeting some resistance currently, as they do need that angle and push up. The bubble has already been used by Rakanushu here, as he was just resetting for himself. It looks like they should be happy with honestly just playing this position for now. Trying to maneuver their way into No Name can be difficult. Hill is able to back away, but now he's getting full on pushed, taking a lot of damage, throws down a good nade for himself as Tempest comes in with that bolt, gets the knock onto Rolders, almost gets a second here, goes for a repeat with that R301. Doesn't get the knock here though, but he's still healthy, sitting at 150 HP, and he's got the damage. It's just not quite enough yet. Hill needs to get up here and try and help him out now. Because again, Tempest is doing such a good job anchoring for his squad, keeping them contained inside this building for now. And here is Hill as he's popping that bat. They will get the knock onto Aves, and now it's a 1v2. Tempest is a one-man wrecking machine looking to finish them all off. As boy.
He does
What
it.
happened
Tempest,
there?
you animal. What just happened, man? Holy. Now
It looks
that, see that crazy.
That was intense. Tempest just held it down, and that's what you want from your anchor, just to be able to do that. And the gall to like go for the peak on the right, go for the peak on the left, just taking every single fight. And he recovers. Team Intel stay alive. Tempest is now the kill leader with 3 KP.
And see, this is where I really think having 2 automatic rifles or 2 automatic weapons is huge. As you had Tempest with the 301 and the Volt, he's able to play that short to medium range quite easily to get the wide peaks and be able to utilize these bullets in the quiver. Obviously, the 301 being loaded with a purple light mag, which obviously extends the amount of bullets he has accessible to him. And I think he played it perfectly, having those automatic weapons, being able to play aggressively and be able to be the anchor and secure the team win for his team.
It's Team Cheez-It in the fight here on the northwest side of the zone currently, as the charge rifle only ticking for the initial damage, 27 there for Hambino. So he hasn't been able to get full connects quite yet. But as we swap on board to Solofide, who find themselves in a fight as well over at the connecting tunnel over at Skyhook. The bubble has already been used by the other team here, but Solofide don't want to get aggressive off this quite yet. Gentrifying, though, tries to find an opening with this wingman as he charges forward. He's got that new hop up on it, but it looks like the team just completely disengages, and Solofide will back away for this for now. They can try to play for third party here, as we did know that there was a quite possible engagement just to the north of them for now, but they're starting to ping now for that platform on the other side. Don't know if the team's moved away. There we go. The port has been spotted out. It connects on to someone else. It's going to be Seabon. As Resulta picks up that kill with the R301. Strictly has to back away. He knows the third party is here. He knows Solofide is in the area. And so they'll just let that KP slide away and get ready for this next fight.
And Solofita coming in clutch, and it looks like, I believe, they took down all 3. And Solofita really just kind of clutched up on that fight and made it a much quicker fight and was able to hopefully start their rotation out.
Yeah, and even though Cheez-It, of course, they're sad they weren't able to pick up the KP, they expended a lot of utility to try and get in here for this. They didn't die to a third party, and so they're okay for now. Of course, though, the ever-looming threat of Solofide just to their south right now is Hambino. Wide peaks and gets dropped down to 30 HP. Has to be careful. Luckily for them, of course, they've got that building to work with. They'll be able to back away, and Nades holds the door for his squad member. Keep him alive for now. It looks like Solofide have already made their move, though, as they're already off this box, and Strictly just goes for it. Ultimate excels in there for him as well, and so Hambino or Nades will have that. Take a look, Solofide are already over at Epicenter. They are continuing to move, and this is their MO. They love getting into these fights.
Yeah, Solofide is really going to try to control the outcome of this fight here. Is, you know, as you mentioned, they're already in epicenter. They're going to be able to hold those guys rotating into the safe zone. They have the safe zone. They're holding the edge of the wall here. They're going to be safe from rotations from the northeast side as well, as there's not teams around. So they're going to really control this fight and just kind of keep an eye on these guys and see where they rotate. And I think the biggest thing is being able just to put shots on them and waste shield from a very far distance, because they're not going to be worried about, you know, getting knocked or anything. And they can put themselves at an advantageous position for a later fight, which, you know, they'll probably end up collapsing on each other.
Yeah, economy is very important here. We got to see that Solofide, they recovered 2 boxes. That's going to be a lot of loot for them coming into this next one. And so trying to armor check teams, making sure that they're getting bats and other stuff out from the teams that are rotating in now from the western side. As Designful, really trying to play the edge right now, as Pop-Tarts coming in from the southwest side here, making their way into Frag East. We'll have a better idea of what the next ring looks like as it does pull on over. Just the sliver of Frag East is in. It looks like the diner building. And so this might be that no-name truck ending that we see, or over on the train tracks here. That Fruit Ninja on the front lines, of course, he does have that Bloodhound. He could pop that Beast of the Hunt whenever he wants for the extra movement speed. There's a team up top on the broken building here. Or not the broken building, the elevator shaft building.
The triple decker, yeah.
See, I don't know what to call
that
that
building.
is.
Yeah, you know, I honestly call it the triple decker. You know, I'm probably dead wrong, but that's my go-to. It's just the triple decker. You can call it elevator too, elevator for short, I would say. But that's a
I'm
huge
trying to
building
call
to
it
control
medical,
for sure.
but there are so many different buildings that look like it could be like a medical building. I like that the diner is clearly a diner, you know? Like there's no identity crisis with it. It's clearly a diner.
Yeah, they're messing with our head here sometimes. On some of these buildings, you think you know what it is, and then you got 3 other POIs that look exactly the same. You're like, well, that call out's out the window.
Ooh, looks like Pop-Tarts in a big battle. Caustic on the other side, quite possibly. As you can see, a lot of flesh damage has been taken, but they still have their shields here. They can fast heal using this bubble for now, but it looks like they don't want to reset quite yet. There we go. The syringe comes out here as it's going to be Lucas that's holding the stairwell for his squad right now. Try to spot out the scans. A lot of teams rotating on in with the ring pulling away from Frag East here. A lot of teams are going to be in this mad scramble. The Arcstar connects onto Lucas, and he's going to be forced now to use a Phoenix kit of all things. It's Team Cheez-It, and are below them currently as another Phoenix kit being popped, this time by nades. So again, another 25 seconds to work with here for this rotate.
And I think to take the time here, I think, you know, Lucas really clutched up too. As we remember back to the train yard, there was 3 different teams fighting. He was getting chased by one. He was able to drop down. He was able to rat it out in that back corner and was able to revive both of his teammates because he was able to acquire their banners. So big shout out to Lucas for really kind of keeping his team into here. But now it looks like Lucas is now going to start taking out Cheez-Its here. He's got the massive with the big shot on nades. And it looks like they're going to try to be a little bit more aggressive on this.
Yeah, they're making a move now over towards the train station here, as eventually, of course, they need to make the concerted push. It looks like maybe there's a sliver of this building actually on Lucas's left, so he doesn't have to overcommit to that, and it looks like that's going to be the call here as they pop in to the building here on the left, and they might be able to play off of this. They do have options to work with, of course, if they need to portal out. Nades are coming in. This Fat Brute Ninja gets sprayed through, and oh my goodness, the flank from up top did not hear him coming in. The nades are here to finish him off as well, as it's just now Lucas and Blight. Here comes the port from Lucas. He just wants to get out of dodge. He will be able to throw that down, but the cost of gas is going to be too much. Lucas, the only survivor once again, and he's only got about 10 HP left, and he will get finished off on a board with Rice Krispies, who were able to take this position away from Solafide.
Rice Krispies going to sit up here too. They're going to be posted. They got the massive up there. That could be huge with that high ground that they're holding and being able to pop shots and drop people and gather KP for the team. Intel over here as well. Looks like we're going to be at a bit of a standstill. Cheez-Its is still popping shots into the building, in through the windows. That is the one crazy thing about that building, is there's so many open windows. There's so many areas to get hit and shot from and naded from.
There are a lot of open windows, but you know where those windows are, right? It's not like we're playing King's Canyon, where like any building, there's like a sliver where you can just get shot by a Kraber and you're knocked, and then all of a sudden a full team's pushing on you. Talking about pushes though, we see a lot of fighting here from Intel's perspective. Team over at Overlook, the defensive bombardment has been used. Bird with a nice knock on to Strictly here. It's Flashpoint. They're getting into a fight right now, but it's Team Pringles fighting for that diner building currently. And you know, it's kind of strange. Stink isn't the one that's on the caustic of all things. It's actually Casella's for them. Flashpoint, though, still continuing this fight, as it looks like they are now making their move. There's a team in this choke currently. Nasky taking a lot of damage, forced to use that Q back away to his squad. Rambo should be able to drop down that bubble for him. No, he's got the cover to work with. As Team Razor have found themselves on top of Team Rockstar. They've already taken out 2. There's only 1 left for Team Rockstar here. It looks like Flashpoint are able to recover, and they will be able to survive and walk this one in.
Flashpoint's got to be kind of leery too, because if I recall correctly, we have Intel, which is just right down the hill from them. So they might be trying to make a move in onto Intel. Intel's being kind of held in this, like in this specific position. They have this roof and this roof cover only. They're going to have to make a move here, and they're going to have to rotate out left. I wouldn't be surprised if Team drops his portal here any minute now and starts the rotation to the left-hand side to wrap around that kind of big rock structure there. And as you see, they are going to start moving off to the left. They're going to try to create some distance from the team that's straight directly east on the hill from them, and hopefully not take some shots. Although you have a Gibraltar ult coming out on them now.
Oh boy, we've got a lot of fighting going on here. It looks like it was Team Razor that was on the other side of that flashpoint fight. Currently, Team Pringles, though, once again, able to just take a team fight. Sumo and Xeno all going down here as Team Razor continue to try and play around these rocks. Provides them some cover, but it's still very vulnerable right now as Hill gets the knock on to Stink, but they've taken so much damage. Oh my goodness. 2 brains, 1 controller is on the other side of this one here, as it looks like Team Intel will get finished off. Pringles coming in for that real third party. Now, Nestle Pure Life, though, are over here at No Name as it actually pulls down into No Name. 2 buildings currently in play. Razor have to be careful as Hakulo has dropped down low. Bubble has been used from the other team here. Zera Tricky trying his best, but he's not able to connect with the shot, and he will go down. Hakulo is the next one to fall as Mercy Only now tries to survive, and he will actually, with the help it looks like of AMG coming in, keeping him alive. Decoys gets that final kill onto Rambo. We're now down to 9 squads remaining.
Man, what is it with AMG saving people? They're coming third party and they're saving people left and right. You had Zera Tricky come in with the massive shots and trying to pop in and out of the bubble, but lay down some great damage, and his teammate was able to come in clutch and be able to put some pressure. And I believe the Gibraltar was the last one up, and I think he tried to punch him, ended up getting the punch animation, but ended up punching the bubble and not the Gibraltar itself. So AMG ended up being able to pick up that kill.
Great port play coming out from 2 brains, 1 controller who were able to stabilize off of that, it looks like, and so they'll be able to get out of this car. But which position do they hold for now? Applejack's in a fight with Team Rockstar right now as Lion has already gone down for them. GS Bird is trying to secure that, but as we take a look, it looks like Applejacks will get finished off. Lion and Klein getting thirsted. We'll see if Kenny's still alive, and he is currently on the wrong side of the fight here. The Watsons, Matt Pickett to finish him off. Rakanishu has gone down as well. We'll see if they can res him back into this game for now, as we are still in the top 7. It's Team Razor, though, moving on in. They've got to be careful here as they were trying to pick up that loot. But it looks like Team Razor, oh boy, finding themselves with a lot of Watson traps on the other side. Good scan coming out from Mercy Only as there are so many squads in this small area. They can play underneath this building for now.
Yeah, Razor just gotta hold this low ground. As you mentioned, they don't want to go up because all those Watson traps that are sitting up there. They're gonna just sit here and keep taking massive shots. Looks like 2 of them at least are running the massives, and the massives can be super detrimental in between those fences. That, as you can see, that they're trying to use the pulls for cover, but they're able to get it through the slotted spokes. So a little bit of a decent play there in regards to how they're using the fence to hide and really take less damage there.
Ooh, AMG once again just down to Sleepy Panda, and it doesn't look like they'll be able to get that res. We'll see how long Sleepy Panda can survive for. Of course, we saw him get top 3 for his squad just beforehand, but here's Razor now making the push to finish him off, as they will be able to get that AMG in the top 6. They did pick up a lot of kill points along the way, though, and so we'll see exactly where they end up. It's a top 5 situation here, but a lot of teams are just battered and bruised. We have 11 squads left. 2 brains, 1 controller, fully recovered though, as it looks like they are healing up. Tech isn't healing, which is the oddest thing. I thought they had a Watson generator down. I don't know why he's not just regenning here at this point, as this is a strange occurrence at this point. Looks like the port will be used by Nukt to get them in for this next ring for now. They're one of the few teams that are completely healthy in this lobby, aside from Tech not healing for whatever reason.
Yeah, and it looks like Noct was able to pop, he had a med kit going there. It might be a bug because, I mean,
boy.
Noct had popped the med kit right next to Tech, and you would think you would at least give him the med kit because he had like 68 HP plus full shields, but not entirely sure what their comms are sounding like right now. Ooh.
Tech, yeah. So, yep, it was that bug. Oh my god, I haven't seen that in so long. As you can see, he got instantly finished off there. Instantly finished off, didn't even go down. He went straight to his box. That is really unfortunate because they were in such a good spot and they're a crypto team making it to the last game. So now 2 brains, 1 controller because of a very very old bug are down to a duo. Buff Pathfinder, though, I was talking about a crypto team. Actually, they're a crypto team, and they are in this late game circle here. It's hard to see where the ring is going to go ahead and pull away towards. And they're a full 3-man. Team Razor's a full 3-man. 2 Brains, 1 Controller, currently playing as a 2-man. Don't know who the final 4th squad is, though.
Okay, so we got 2 Brains, 1 Controller on top. Down below, we have... is it a full team, or do we have a solo that's kind of hiding out down low?
It's Gentrifying, who is just solo for, well, Sola Fide at this point. Team Razor. It's like they want to try and play for that high ground. Well, we'll see if they can do that now. Zero Tricky, it's going to be important to see if he does have that defensive bombardment, but that might be a non-issue because we do have the Watsons in play. We'll have, hopefully, that interception pylon to really work with at this point. As, again, it's a tense situation. It's top 4 squads. Currently, we got a 3v3v 2v1 here as Gentrifying is trying his best to stay alive. Every scan just giving away his position at this point.
Razor, I think, might be in an advantageous spot right here to play down low. They have the cover of this blue crate here that they can use to their advantage. A team may not even be aware that they're down there and jump down. Now you have Mercy that's going to kind of take a peek and try to just pop a shot off, maybe do an armor check here, trying to figure out exactly where they are. They know that there's a team but above them. They know that there's a team there on the middle level, so they're trying to figure out probably where this 4th solo random squad is. Was it Sola Fide, I believe, and we have one ratting around. So interested to see how Razor plays it, but I think staying down low here is definitely going to be the move for them. They do have the portal too that they can use to get out.
Yeah, the pre-port has been used, and the ring starts pulling away now as Mercy only takes a lot of damage. Gentrifying, of all people, to get that knock, and we'll see how long he can delay for. Use that Q to try and survive. Wrong port right into the fences as Noct comes in. And do 2 Brains, 1 Controller have this? It's Mr. Hakulo by himself, and Team Razor will be able to clutch that one up, and they take game number 2.
Wow, Razor, they played it, they stayed low, they waited, they timed it out, they had the pre-port ready to go, and they were able to use it to the best of their advantage. Big shout out to Razor, well played.
Yeah, congratulations. Of course, it's about also how many KP they were able to get on the board. We'll find out just after this break as we tabulate the results here at, during Series E for Intel Week. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back.
He's one shot. Bloodhound behind you. Focus Gibby, focus Gibby. He's one. Gibby dead. Wraith. Wraith dead. One out last. Nice, good job. Hey, what's up? I'm Hill. I play Apex Legends for Team Intel, and you're watching Series Z.
It's Intel Week here at Series E, and we are getting ready to head into game number 3. But it was Team Razor who had a massive game number 2. So let's go ahead and take a look at the leaderboards to see exactly where things shaped up as Team Razor take the lead now with 33 points overall. That's adding on, of course, the 8 points that they started with in game number 2. So a 25-point game for them.
Huge. And coming in with 13 kills, playing it the way that they played it, they had, a little bit of a slower start and then just really got into the rhythm of the match there and really kind of started pulling away. Awesome play by them, those guys. And, they had 4th place the match before. So placement point wise, we're talking about that consistency. They're within the top 5. And if they can continue forward with the kills and the placement points, they might have a strong little lead going on here. Intel dropping down to 3rd, by the way. Rockstar overtaking Intel there. Interesting.
Yeah, I think one of the most important parts kind of came down to that early game decision. We have to really talk about that. AMG ended up, making it towards around the 9th or 8th, or no, I think I was 5th. Or 6th. I don't remember. Anyhow, AMG were able to survive that. And we have to remember that Intel got the first knock, and they never really secured that kill onto one of the AMG members.
Absolutely, yeah. And as I mentioned during that fight, it looked like they had enough time to kill him over there on the jungle jump before they continued to push forward on the other person they had weakened. I don't really understand why they didn't finish out that kill there, but absolutely, AMG coming in 6th place last game.
Yeah, AMG got 6th place with 4 points. So that was a huge difference maker. That could have been where AMG don't perform as well, and Intel could have picked up an additional KP. Hell, they could have been in the position for where they finish top 6 with however many kills as well. And so we'll see if they can kind of shore up that weakness, or not shore up that mistake and not make that again. Right? They got really aggressive on AMG. This is Intel week, so we're gonna harp on them just a little bit more here. As honestly, this is Series E. This is a developmental league. This is where we want to give as many people the opportunities to try and improve, and we have been seeing that, particularly Team Razor, who are currently in 1st place. They are getting better and better every week, it looks like.
Yeah, and I'm really interested to see how this 3rd map starts. I would assume Intel's going to go towards the stocking area there, and I'm curious to see if AMG is going to kind of jump back in and try to contest that spot again. We can see, it unfold like it did last time, or it can be completely different. So I'm interested to see how these two teams go to bat right off the map start there. But yeah, I mean, seeing these other teams that are kind of coming in and progressing throughout the weeks and grinding, and I'm seeing the teams and I'm seeing the synergy. I've watched many of these guys play. It's really cool to see Series E and kind of what they have set up for these players. And I'll tell you what, 10 years ago when I started my first, wanted to get competitive in esports, we didn't have an opportunity for this, So it's really awesome to see kind of the opportunity they have, and really enjoying watching the younger generation be able to kind of grow into something like this and have some sort of format and structure. So really awesome to be a part of this.
Why are you trying to talk like a boomer here? 10 years ago, my time, There's only one boomer here. It's me. All right, it's okay. I lean into it. You don't have to. I do it for your sake. It's Team Intel, though, over here, over at Sorting Factory again, by the way, as it looks like Teen electing to, of course, take the outside buildings. And so maybe they're not getting contested once again. We don't really get to see from the other side what exactly is going on. I mean, it looks like, they might, AMG or whoever it is that's contesting them on the north are just being a little bit greedy, trying to cut into the loot of Team Intel.
Yeah, and it seems like Intel's a little bit more spread out on this drop, so maybe they have a little bit of information that we don't have, and they might not be as worried. It looks like AMG is starting to work its way out on the northern side here, so we could potentially see a fight between these guys again. You do have one on the jungle gym. They're kind of playing the same positions, the same drops, the same loot spots that they did originally when they started. So I want to see if Intel and AMG goes at it, or if they kind of go their separate ways, and I want to see how that affects this game going forward.
Yeah, you don't typically see this kind of drop, right, where you take the no-name north of sorting, and then maybe a little bit of sorting, as we do have this fight once again. Sinister. It's the first knock coming out from 2 Brains, 1 Controller. It's actually traded 1-for-1. Knocked has gone down, as Midla does have that high ground angle for himself. as they have regrouped. Barely Asian there with him on that Bloodhound. The res is going to come out from 2 brains, 1 controller. We'll see if Noct has the heals behind. He's got a purple armor as well. So if we can get a bat in for this, could be a quick reset for the fight. They drop down onto him, try to punish this, but it's going to be Tech with that Eva 8 getting the knock onto Barely Asian. And now it is a 1v3 as they want to try and finish this one off. The Wraith has used that Q, and that should be Tech going for that high ground instead of chasing after him. Doesn't connect with those Volt shots, unfortunately, but Bowser is here to back him up. Noct is finally starting to heal up. They might just be happy with getting this. Oh boy, Bowser takes a lot of damage here, but Tech is now going to cover that angle, and it looks like, unfortunately, that the last player just leave? Did he see what happened there?
No, I believe Tech got the kill message for it. But he has 2 kills now.
We saw the 2 bleed out. Okay, I'm confused. Anyhow, it looks like Dude's Night Out, though, did come in for the 3rd party. Noct got taken out, was finished off, and now 2 brains, 1 controllers in a very, very dicey situation, completely split up. Bowser hasn't been able to heal up as well. Joining on board with Team Applejacks as the ring once again continues to start favoring this side of the map. We might have a very similar circle, but it looks like this one actually pulls on over towards Overlook. Might go over towards those rocks or the train carts just outside the tunnel.
Yeah, I'd be really interested to see if the tunnel is open over there by the actual train station, because that can lead to a lot of teams collapsing on each other and a lot of pinches and chokes kind of brought into the atmosphere of this game. So if it gets its way over there, we could definitely be looking forward to a really interesting match.
Ooh, Flashpoint going in for a big push. There's the pitch onto Joey. Blackouts, it's team superior. Losing out on him early on. It's all going to be up to Impulsive Dream and Z Davis, I believe, here. Try and recover that. And yeah, we do have the ring. It is going to over towards Overlook. A lot of circles that can happen here. It can continue to pull on over towards the cliff side. We'll see how teams play this one out.
Flashpoints, looks like they're trying to aggress on a fight here. They have the shield to really kind of go after it. We got hopping on board with Nasky, trying to get his Rift over to get him closer, maybe have a point to kind of get out and exit and provide safety for his team. They're going to aggress here. It seems like they want to take this fight and they want to take this positioning, and it looks like they're ready to try to take it over. So we'll see how that one unfolds.
Very nice. Changing up the priority on that 3rd team that was involved in this fight, getting the knock onto Sleepy Panda. He's the one that's been able to rat out for AMG, so that's a crucial pickup coming out from Flashpoint here. We'll see if they actually finish that one off, and Rambo will. They're not going to make that mistake as they want to continue this chase here. But how far do they chase? And it looks like that is it. The electroshock collar on old Odd Freestyle is going to pull him back now, as again, these rocks are an incredibly strong position to play off of.
Yeah, and you know what? It's funny too. You mentioned Odd Freestyle. He came back right back like a magnet. You know, he got called back, and that's that's called being a good teammate. That's called really listening to your IGL or whoever's making the calls and really backing off. A lot of people want to ego that and get that kill because he's so weak. And being able to be smart and back off like that, and then worry about holding that position was a super great decision. And dope to see him kind of just pull off like that. You don't see that in today's day and age. I feel like everyone just wants to do it.
Sometimes you just got to keep your fragger, on a leash here. It's Dude's Night Out, though. And speaking of, on a leash, it's going to be the Bloodhound unleashed here. As Aves takes a lot of damage, has to go back. Duplex gets knocked now. Aves dropping into the bubble here to help out Rolders, but Rolders will get the knock onto 1. It's down to, I believe, a 1v2 here for Aves, and he gets finished off. And it's going to be Shame Assist picking that one up. So Dude's Night Out having a rough first 3 games so far.
Yeah, Dude's Night Out not really able to really pick up so much just off in the start. But hey, we got plenty more games to get into over the rest of the course of the evening. So they can always bounce back. They can drop in, a few high kill games and some decent placements. They might be able to make it in. Shame Assist, though, really making a really good play there. It's really crazy to see how the meta has really gone to, bubble fighting and up close, being able to bounce in between, in and out of the bubble, in and out of safety while popping shots off. And as you're noticing, more and more teams are starting to progress towards that strat. And I'm interested to see what they do to combat it in regards to trying to balance that.
Rice Krispies playing on the north side of the zone currently. They have a team stuck out on the tracks here. Scan comes out from Sung, but they get no information. So that's going to allow Stunny if he wants to drop down lower. And it's going to be the port play now coming out from Team Rice Krispies. Zone is closing in, and it's looking like the blue armor almost getting cracked as Bird will swing down, gets the knock onto Farmer. Lucas takes out one from Team Pop-Tarts, but now Sung will get challenged. He gets dropped here. Does have to be careful. Again, looks like the bubble res will come out from GS Bird, and so he got the fast res along with a couple bats that, or a couple cells that he can get off. It's going to be the med kit that he instantly pops. Of course, the zone pressuring him into that. Now Stunny dropping down onto the low ground, slides in with that Volt. He's got the Mastiff as well to play the close range. Here's the scan out from Sung, gives him that information, and Gibraltar on the other side. And oh my god, these trades! But they'll be able to get the res onto him. Team Razor on a fight here on the eastern side currently as they take out, looks like knocked from 2 brains, 1 controller. We'll see if they can get the rest of them now. Zara Tricky still all the way over here as he's trying to keep them gate kept. Currently playing towards over to the car now. There might be one inside. We'll see as Zara Tricky doing his best to dodge any of the damage coming in, but looks like they're going to continue to move in with the zone now. They're happy with that KP. Now they need to just recover.
Yeah, you definitely got to recover. They have 2 minutes, so they have time to work with. So they just need to kind of resituate, recover, figure out the next game plan, and figure out how they want to rotate. And then, of course, they want to have multiple different windows that they can take if they get presented to, by a team that's holding them. So Zero Tricky too, honestly, somebody that I've been paying attention to and really just performing consistently. Good shot, good player, good game sense. So I'm really interested to see what this team can continue to do.
Shame assist, actually gatekeeping Team Razor right now, but they back away. They use the defensive bombardment along with that bubble, so they don't have the cooldowns really to highly commit onto a fight. They're just going to try and poke and prod, play these angles from the left and from the right. Hits the arm shield. Sumo just instantly backs away from this one. Looks like they weren't able to find that third-party opportunity. They weren't able to try and catch them by surprise, and so they instantly call the fight and back up off of this one.
And it seems like a lot of teams are trying to rotate in pretty quickly here. So we could see, a bit of a slower pace here, and teams might kind of just work not against each other or with each other, but kind of work their way into the zone simultaneously and might, kind of give them the benefit of the doubt. Like, hey, man, I'm going to go this way. I'm going to go this way. So it's going to be interesting to see how many teams actually get put in this present zone. And we could see a lot of action coming out here real quickly.
Team Cheez-It haven't been able to really make an excursion out of this building yet. I believe this is where they drop Epicenter and Refinery for the most part, without having AMG actually contesting them. Team Cheez-It has honestly just had unfortunate weeks time and again where teams are consistently challenging them on the 50-50 there. It's Team Pringles, though, that looks like they have a team actually stuck inside a building, and this is where Casellos can slowly choke them out, and this is really kind of a strong fight for them now, trying to find an entry with the nade, but it might just be the Volt. That's all they need here, as Stink will change up the angle. It's AMG that's able to get the knock onto nades, and it looks like as Casellos pushes up, he's got that flat line out, plays around the bubble currently, so they will not have the extra presence, of course, of that Caustic to try and apply some more pressure, but they do lose out on Casellos for now. The port has been used. Stink will go down. That's going to be Shame Assist, who made a quick move. We were just on board with them, and they're all the way over here at Epicenter as hundreds now. The only one alive. We'll see if he tries to make a move to recover Casellos, and it looks like he can get that res.
Yeah, and Hundreds did a good job of getting away. He realized they were just in a stick situation, and being Wraith, he's able to queue away and kind of reset and get ready to do that res. Well played, honestly. Pulling off is the move there, and I think if he can get Casellos up and reposition, they might be able to still have a strong standing in this game. Rice Krispies, though, it looks like they're getting kind of aggro over here. And they have a team that's up on the second story of this building, and they look like they really kind of want to try to take this building over because it does have a visual of a lot of teams rotating in, and it also is in the safe zone. So I'll be interested to see how aggressive they play this.
Yeah, Intel. They were able to finish off Flashpoint's nasty there, as Inals will fall to Rice Krispies as well, along with Decoy. So AMG in a lot of trouble. We only got Sleepy Panda left. It looks like they were able to recover him at the end there, but Sleepy Panda will go down. Rice Krispies still controlling the north side now. Team Intel, they were able to get into this position, which is fantastic. We'll see where the next ring pulls on over to. He'll has to be careful, and that's really unfortunate for Tempest, as he wanted to just natty heal up his shield, but he's not going to be able to. No. The port straight into the G7 scout shots. We'll see if Applejacks get aggressive off of this. Looks like Hill will just be able to get this res, though.
Yeah, that was, I mean, Hill went down instantly. That was quick few pop shots and he was down. Intel's trying to hold that building down, but they could get aggroed on here and they might end up not recovering. We'll see if that knock may have switched up their positioning there.
Right now, though, Applejacks instead favoring maneuvering for this next ring. As you can see, it is pulling over towards the cliff side. So a lot of very important positions to try and take. We know that there are a few Pathfinder teams that are still in the lobby here. And so trying to play for the yellow tanks is going to be incredibly strong if you can get up there and kind of deny that position away from other squads if you set up your zip line correctly. Now, 2 Brains, 1 Controller, though, making their move on in. Like we said, we saw them went down to Razor, I believe, early on. And a lot of medkits being crafted so far. As we join on board with Rockstar, getting a knock onto Resulta. Here comes the defensive bombardment from either side, as they're just trying to finish off that thirst, as it looks like a Crummy will be able to pick that one up. And so Rockstar now, again, in this position, they have to be careful here, playing around those rocks. It looks like it could be a safe position, but all of a sudden you get pushed from either side. It's Nestle Pure Life, though. Oh boy, E-Boy Ronnie. Anyone running out from that building is able to get that knock, and now it's the 2-person pinch coming out from the other side here, as they will be able to take that building. With 14 seconds left, though, it's Team Razor, who are in a little bit of a dire spot. They do finish off 2 Brains, 1 Controller, but the zone's gonna be pressuring them here, and they have to just make a mad dash in. Looks like the Beast of the Hunt has already been used by Mercy only. Don't know if Haculo has his ports, but the Beast of the Hunt might just be enough. He'll have another scan before the Beast of the Hunt ends, and that'll give them very valuable information, try to push through these buildings. Haculo takes a lot of damage, but there's the bubble. I'll be able to reset real quickly, but he needs to get the health meds up.
Yeah, Razor, I mean, they rotate in there so quickly and perfectly. You know, they took a couple shots, but they were able to get into the building there. And what I would assume is they're probably going to hunker down here somewhere close to the safe zone wall. And they might have their Wraith come in and use the portal in order to get them in fully without taking shots from teams that might be, you know, kind of gatekeeping there.
Fast res coming out here as Hundreds was knocked by Bird, but that was the triple take, and they're even going to use that cost to cover with the gas and the barrels to really keep them alive for now, controlling either side. But it's the high ground that you really can't control. It's the it looks like the re-knock onto Hundreds as well. Bird dropping straight into the gas. Has to be careful. Did take a lot of damage, but they do finish that one off, and Bird's just going to go down to the goodbye gas there. We'll see if they can recover him, as the port is going to be instantly used. Sung backing off as well, but he takes so much damage. Dirty from up top. We'll be able to take him out now. Stunny. It's that port that he has to be careful of right now, as his teammate did back off with that. But Seamus just with the scans out. Sumo now pushing up with that R99 and Massive in play. They'll get the thirst onto GS Bird. There's only the one up top for them as well. And this strong position, it just kind of, you know, went south for them as, well, the ring went south as well. Yeah, and now you have Seamus here that's trying to kind of maintain their location and maintain their position here. They're going to have to rotate in, and they're going to have a team off to their right, and they're going to have to worry about the portal. I'm interested to see how they rotate up, because they're going to be gatekeeped. And they do have the Wraith, but unfortunately her portal is not ready to be used yet. So I'm interested to see how they're going to be able to rotate in with that team gatekeeping up. If I were to do it, I would say go wide left and start working your way in within the next 10 seconds. That way you leave yourself with 30 seconds left. But Seamus could be taking some heavy fire with this rotate in, so. And we're talking about this back area here as Intel. Looks like a squad was trying to set up for the tankers, but Hill has an angle on that zip. Hits for the purple, unfortunately, just not enough damage, and instantly backs away off this for now. Team Intel playing for the super late game, fairly safe in this deep pocket there over on the edge, as That Wraith is even committing a port for himself. Teen picking up a blue armor is Nestle Pure Life, excuse me, coming in from the south side here, so they might get a good pinch here, as it was Sola Fide, Designful, and Resulta going down. Only gentrifying left as Hill tries to find him, and Teen will secure the thirst for Team Intel.
Ooh, and Hill's taking some shots from behind. Throws a bubble quickly. He's going to want to shield up. And it looks like Teen and Tempest are going to get hungry on this here, because that is the last remaining player from the squad. They're shielded up. They're going to be able to make the push up in the portal on the top. Put some shots on him.
This Team Nestle Pure Life that were able to get up there, but Dracos took a lot of damage, and so they do port back, but you have the option again, of course, to port right back on up there. As Resulta will get finished off. It looks like Team Applejacks were in a fight as well, finishing off one. We're down to 7 squads now with 19 players remaining. This ring continuing to pull away, so this one, I believe, just goes over towards the small stairs to the north off the building. See, Team Rockstar, though, making their way on in. Good move out from Crummy, but he gets punished. That EMP slowing him down now. Here is the long-range bubble to get him into safety, and here's the fast res with the gold backpack for Crummy, as now they still have to move. They have a minute to work with, though, and so they have plenty of time. They get the thirst for that one. They back away.
That was a great play, using the gold backpack and the bubble to be able to get the fast rise up and kind of secure all 3 of them to be up, ready for the next fight coming up. But they're in a position where they might run into some trouble here, as it seems like they're being shot down on right now by Team Razor, and they're gonna have a tough rotation here, because those guys, these Team Razor is gonna take the high ground and just gonna be shooting straight down on them. So they got to make a move, and they got to make a move quick.
And it looks like they are eyeing, currently, of course, the Yellow Tankers, one of the strongest positions here for the late game circle now, as they do have the defensive bombardment to go down. Zero Tricky took a little bit of damage there. Ooh, took a lot of damage, actually. We forced to pop a bat soon, as Nestle Pure Life are getting pressured. The defensive bombardment does connect onto Bambino, slowing him down, but they do have the bubble to work with as well, as they back away, but it's 2 seconds now. Get that bat off. Now he's getting shot from the right-hand side. A lot of his meds being used. We'll see if they can get back on up to the top, as it looks like Team Rockstar now moving towards north, as they do have a nice small pocket to work with. They are safe in zone here behind this rock, but the angle is a little bit exposed. They get shot at from that building. The port has been used by Crummy here just to give them an additional angle to work with. Team Intel, hey, that crucial knock onto Dracos. Intel need to find a lot of KP here in this next game now. Applejacks are able to get the knock onto Crummy, so a lot of fighting taking place, as it looks like Team Razor are going to be able to just stabilize at the bottom of these yellow tanks.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, holding those yellow tanks is one of the most advantageous spots on the map that you can possibly quite have. So holding the high ground there and being able to look down and shoot down on anybody is going to be super crucial for this zone and the way that it pulls. Razor can play this a little bit slower, I feel like, as they are a little bit closer to the safe zone than the teams over here on the northwest. And Razor might be able to get some picks and pick up some KP on these rotates into the new zone.
Got the gold armor as well, and so if they do take poke damage, they can just heal that up really quickly. Unfortunately, of course, with the UI bug, we can't see exactly what's in their inventory, but they got into a lot of fight. They picked up a lot of boxes. We'll see in just a moment. Hakulo lurking, though, as he hears, I believe, Team Intel just above him. Early bubble being used by Team Razor there, is we're kind of a little bit scared of the damage that might come out from Team Intel, but it looks like Hakulo was able to take the top, but oh no, that tank position is what you have to worry about so far. They do back away once again, but it's the cell that will instantly get him back into this fight now. This is going to be a difficult spot to play. Maybe Team Intel dropped it down onto the low to play on the other side, basically, I don't even know what to call this spot. Zero Tricky is up here on the high ground, though, as the scan is used, spotting out the team inside the building. That building is in, and so that team will be safe for some time now. And we got 5 squads remaining, 12 players. Don't know the full status of all the teams that are currently in the lobby right now. Here comes an EMP, though. That will clear a lot of the traps used by Team Intel, as they are starting to walk this one in. Here comes the defensive bombardment, but they got the bubble, and so they are safe for now. Dropping down is Team Zero Tricky. Razor already losing out on him, and it's only Mercy only with a small sliver to work with. Luckily for him, of course, Team Intel, we're just trying to finish off the thirst, but oh boy, Clay gets the knock onto Teen. That creates an opening now for Team Applejacks. 3 squads remaining, Applejacks, Intel, and Team Razor, as Hill is the only one up for Team Intel currently. Mr. Hakulo and Mercy only gets finished off, so we are in the top 2 as it looks like Team Applejacks will put a stop to Team Intel very shortly here. Hill does push up. He's got the Mastiff, but he's not able to hit the shots whatsoever, and he does fall. Team Applejacks take this game.
Wow. Applejacks played it perfectly. Hill, dude, he had some good plays. He tried to hold the angles. He tried to get some shots off. Unfortunately, the massive shots didn't connect. Applejacks coming through with a win, first place on this match.
Yeah, Teen just got, I don't know exactly what he was doing out in that position. I believe he was trying to get the thirst, and the greed for the thirst ended up punishing him there ultimately at the end. But still, a second place finish with a good amount of kill points put on along the way. I believe they were like, what, in 3rd place heading into this game. So it's still a very good, a good performance so far coming out from Team Intel. We are going to go ahead and take a break, though. When we get back, we'll have, I believe, game number 4 of Series E here at Intel Week. So, don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back.
I play Apex Legends for Team Intel. The characters that Team Intel primarily runs is Wraith, Gibby, Bloodhound on the non-show match days, simply because the lobbies are kind of not as packed with the top tier teams. You can kind of take fights without as much risk of like really good third parties coming in fast. I think the comp is so strong because there's kind of a lot of different reasons. The Bloodhound allows for a scan, so you can instantly know where the zone's going to go and then play around that and like kind of plan your like attack. You can like farm where an edge of zone where you think, okay, well, no one's going to go there because they're going to be going towards zone, so we can get some isolated third parties. And then Gibraltar is just super strong. His bubble allows for such good isolated fights, and a team that really practices their bubble fights with Mastiffs and shotguns can literally just wipe you like that. It kind of doesn't matter how good you are sometimes. Your teammates, they can't take damage from it. They can get slowed and stunned, but I mean, if the other team's just getting pelted with it, it doesn't matter if you're slowed and stunned. You can go right in there and just clean up the kills super easily if they don't have like a Watson Gen down or a bubble down. And then Bloodhound with his scans, like if you give any top tier team wall hacks for 6 seconds or 4 seconds constantly for a minute, however long his ult is, I mean, a good player is going to abuse the heck out of that. So I think that's why it's kind of one of the top teams. And then end game, you obviously have Wraith Portal, you have Bubble, so you can have every good chance to win the game there as well.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Series E here for Intel Week, as we're getting ready to head into our next game. I said next game because I've forgotten what game we're on so far, but it's going to be a long night, by the way. We have 8 games in store total. So a lot of things are going to be panning out, as we do have the leaderboard. So let's go ahead and take a look at where our teams stand. Team Razor there, 46 points. Now Team Intel have retaken that second place position with 41. Team Rockstar there in third place with 36. And Team Applejacks with that win now propel themselves up to 5th place with 30 points.
Yeah, and it's interesting too, seeing Intel and Rockstar kind of going back to back and kind of taking the leaderboard spots from each other. I'm really interested to see how Game 4 plays out. I want to see Intel maintain consistency throughout. Razor doing an excellent job maintaining consistency. We got Applejacks and Rice Krispie Treats that aren't far behind. And Applejacks can, they can have one great pop-off game and they can get themselves up to the top 3.
Yeah, so we still have 5 games. Okay, there we go. Double checking that. But here is the season cumulative leaderboard so far. And it looks like these are the teams that, have been playing for our open registration days. And it's 2 brains, 1 controller, unsurprisingly there. Currently in first place with 290 points. Crafting in second place with 240. And it looks like, unfortunately, Zach Mazur's team wasn't able to get in this week, but they're in third place. We have to remember that at the end of the Series E season that we will have relegations. And so these leaderboards are important for the squads that want to play in the relegation matches, relegation/promotion matches. This is going to be super important. And so being consistent, that's 2 brains, 1 controller. It just hasn't been their day, unfortunately. This is a squad that we know that, they make it to the late game. They play the circles so well, but it looks like they're just getting contested on a lot of the spots that they're taking, or they're just not able to move as quickly. We did see them, of course, getting contested there in game number 3. And here it is, Team Intel, keeping an eye out for AMG, making sure that they're securing as much of the loot on the north side as possible. It's Team Cheese still getting in a fight here on the southern side of the map right now. Percy has already gone down as Stink has fallen. Aves to pick that one up. And Dude's Night Out, is this the third party already? Hundreds with that alternator will clap him back to take him out. Now playing around the bubble, Casellas really can't be of much help, but the melee isn't enough. Oh, the Hemlock connects 400 to take out Duplex, and it looks like Dude's Night Out should be just left to 1 here. Hundreds getting overly aggressive. He could get punched. This is kind of scary for him, but he will not relent in his pursuit currently as he pushes forward to try and find this last kill. Spots him out. It's Gibraltar on the other side. He's got blue armor as well. Hits for flesh and will finish him off. Dude's Night Out go down early once again.
Hundreds, like you said, he almost got punished for getting over aggressive there. Kind of lucky he was able to get out of it and was able to hit his shots. But see, that's where you don't want to be over aggressive. I understand you want that KP, you want to be able to add on to your score, but sometimes it's not worth it. Luckily, he's able to get out of that situation, and he was gunning for him. He was not gonna let him go.
As soon as I saw like a Gibraltar and then he hit for the blue shield, I was like, this is over, right? Like they're dead. Ooh. Take a look at this lurk coming out from Nestle Pure Life. We didn't even see a scan coming out from them. And so this is a pure lurk coming out from them to try and punish them at this point. But, I think you just given up too much time, as it looks like they were waiting to see if someone went into that box to try and pounce upon them. But the timing is just not there for Nestle Pure Life. They will be able to pick up this additional loot. There's a blue shield, but they're already blued out at this point. So Nestle Pure Life now continue to push up as you got a lot of info coming out from Bambino on that Bloodhound. What is going on with these circles?
Yeah, it's a northeast day, I'm telling you. It is. It is a northeast day. And
I think that's kind of like thematic, because I believe there are a couple, like, they call them nor'easters. Like storm formations coming up to the north and northeast in particular, and that's what we've been seeing today.
Nothing but a storm in the northeast here on the Apex Legends map. World Edge, man. God, I love this map.
Is that your plea for no Olympus, no Kings Canyon? We had, of course, recently the the survey that went out to all of the ALGS competitors. Do you want to see Kings Canyon? Do you want to see Olympus? No. That's been the resounding answer from the competitive scene.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Even as somebody that came back in Apex later and got into it, I was like, man, I do not like Kings Canyon, and this Olympus is okay, but I want World's Edge.
Ooh. Team Razor, though, finding a team here in Skyhook, and they're okay with taking this fight, even though this is a pretty far rotation for them. They want to pick up this KP. They want to pick up the early game kills here, especially freeing themselves up for the rotation. Ooh, hitting for that blue, or excuse me, the purple. Not the greatest there, especially as they don't have quite the mobility to try and contest that roof. So they need to start it off with an opening frag.
And they might end up pulling off here. Is it really worth wasting the resources and the health? But it looks like they're gonna jump right into it and start fighting.
Oh, it's Team Rice Krispies that are here of all teams. Surprised by that one, as it's Mr. Hakulo now, the only one surviving for Team Razor. So an unfortunate early game that we generally don't see out of Team Razor early on. They generally are able to win out their fights, but Team Rice Krispies really throwing a spanner in the works here, and I was not expecting Rice Krispies to be here.
Yeah, and as you saw, Razor, like you said, only one player left alive for Team Razor currently, and that could be detrimental to their placements right now. And that's why I'm saying that one game, they got to maintain the consistency. So I'm interested to see how Razor is able to get out of here and hopefully still get some placement points.
Right now, it's a fight here on the north, though, as Team Cheez-It consistently finding themselves in fights as they try to rotate on out. We do see the zone does keep them. They are in the zone currently, and so they can take their time with this fight. You have the purple mag on that wingman for Strictly. It's BLP that's on the opposite side of this fight currently, as Cheez-Its are slowly trying to move up. Nice mantle up from Strictly. Doesn't get the knock, but he does critical damage there. Might be able to get the knock very shortly here as he gets challenged by this Pathfinder. Hits those wingman shots, and BLP will go down.
And they put it right. They tried to play the height there, and they were just kind of hopping up, taking shots, hopping off, hopping back up, taking shots. And that's the way that you got to play those, is when you have people that kind of have height, you can use the mobility of the rocks to really kind of use them to your advantage and take control of the fight.
As Intel are trying to make a fast move to get into Overlook, and they get punished for that. Hill has gone down. There's a port as well, and that's very unfortunate. They lose Hill out in this one. They might have an opportunity to try and come back for his banner, but this is such a tough spot to try and get that. Oh boy, they're getting pushed now, as it looks like Team Rockstar are there. Rakanishu finishes off Tempest, and now it's all up to Teen. What an unfortunate spot for our top two teams here. Razor and Intel now. Down to a solo here is Crummy. It's third party Popstar. Excuse me. I'm trying to remember that team name. Sumo and Zeno do go down, but so many squads are now down to solos. Matt Pickett gets thirsted off. It's Team Superior coming in for these thirsts.
And I'm going to be interested here. I think Rockstar might be able to recover, at least get 2 up. They do have the res beacon there that they can utilize as well. They can get his banner. So I want to see Rockstar hopefully recover from this and be able to get all 3 back up and get back into the fight. Which they might be able to.
Team Pop-Tarts, it looks like they're pressuring Team Cheez-It currently, as the Thermite not quite connecting, but it does clear the skies just a bit, as they will back away off of this, as Flashpoint actually are on the other side of this fight right now. And so I like Pop-Tarts pulling off. They don't want to get overly aggressive here. They do still have to worry about their back, as you can see the kill feed there. Rakanishu does get finished off.
And it looked like Flashpoint was really trying to take a slight kind of lurk approach there. They were trying to just kind of maybe point one out, team shot one, and they ended up getting pinged in the side when they were making their little push up. So Flashpoint kind of paying the price for being a little slow and steady, and now they're gonna have to start working their way in. Pop-Tarts though is putting the aggression right now, and he don't really have the ammo, and it looks like Lucas might be potentially going back to grab more ammo. They don't really have too much ammo to be sparing right now, so they got to be really scarce with what they use, and they got to worry more so about, I think, maintaining the zone and getting safe and holding up a position.
Here's Team NPL, those trying to get in position themselves now as the ring does continue to pull on over. It looks like, once again, Overlook might be the rocks this time around. They have the option, and it looks like that's what they will go for, to move through the connector, or even if they want to, just go all the way over towards the tunnel. And with how wide Dracos is going to the right, it looks like they will be going over towards the tunnel for this rotation.
And the tunnel seems like it could potentially be a good play. As long as there's not a team that's posted up in there waiting for a rotate, they might be able to have it scotch-free, and potentially come out on like more so the northeast, or should I say the southeast end of the actual zone. And they might be able to hold a good position up on that hillside if they're able to get through with no contest.
Look at AMG. I believe they've changed up and really trying to play like center zone right now. Decoys currently on that Watson. You got Inos, of course, on the Pathfinder here. They're already set up in position for Overlook. This is what we were talking about in game number 3. One of the really strong positions to be able to hold down a lot of teams. Looks like currently here we've got a Pathfinder team going for the EMP, going for some sort of engage, or just try to get some meds out from the other squad here. As Pop-Tarts now getting pressured, do have to back off. The defensive bombardment has been used as they back away. Lucas trying to lay down covering fire, but Fat Fruit Ninja has taken so much damage here. Again, this might be Team Flashpoint on the other side. You have cover to work with, and they will be able to recover for now. As Team Superior keep finding kills for themselves. That's one member of Solifide going down against them.
It looks like Pop-Tarts is going to kind of slow the fight down here a little bit. Obviously, they have high ground, but they do have angles on them. Solifide is jumping into a fight now right now. Designful is trying to queue out. Designful looks like he might be able to get the heal off here.
The important part is that they were able to get the res, but oh boy, Z Davis pushing up results to go down now. And they haven't been able to fully recover here. No shields quite yet on Designful. Is nice use of that zip line, but sorry, style points don't get you actual kill points at the end of the day. And unfortunate there is Team Pringles. They're playing now over here on the south side of the map, or south side of the ring, currently over at No Name. Just playing the edge here, slowly walking this one in. We are already down to 12 squads, by the way, so a lot of early game fighting taking place.
And I think Pringles can afford to, play a little bit slower and start worrying about getting those placement points. As you can see right now, on board with hundreds, he already has 3 kills, and he's the kill leader of the match currently. So there's not a lot of high kill games that are out there, so you don't really have to worry about being too aggro to get those kill points, and you can start worrying more about the placement.
Pop-Tarts have finally made their way into Overlook, but it's with a lot of effort. And oh no, Nasky with the R301 gets that knock onto Blight, and that's really unfortunate for them. Good flank though comes out from Fat Fruit Ninja as they will be able to finish off Nasky, and so that's a 1-for-1 exchange, but both sides really just getting punished off of that one, as it doesn't even look like there's a respawn beacon for them to try and utilize here. We'll see if anyone was able to pick up a mobile respawn beacon. Oh, from the low ground, it's Team Rice Krispies. What is going on in this game? It's just constant fighting left and right. Rice Krispies coming in for that third party. They're trying their best to knock this door, and now they will make the entry with that bubble, but Fat Fruit Ninja hits a big one onto Bird. Sung tries to answer back, and Fat Fruit Ninja clutches up with the Mastiff.
Wow. That was just okay. That was insane. He was just dealing damage. He's hitting both of them at the same time with the Mastiff. They try to make the play of jumping in with the bubble, and he just throws it right in their face and says, I'll use it right against you. Insane play by Fat Fruit Ninja.
Yeah, with those 3 kills, he is now the kill leader with 6. It looks like Pringles, they did move just a bit. It was a short portal jump on over to another building here. As there's still, we were talking about it, slow walking this one in, but they can contest it. This is going to be difficult. And oh boy, NPL starts it all off, getting the knock onto hundreds. Fast Res comes out, but he does not have a gold bag. The caustic gas will be used by Costellos, and it looks like NPL, they're just going to bide their time. They don't want to push this, seeing that caustic gas is an immediate deterrent. NPL will use this opportunity, though, to start rotating on in. So that at least gets them that. But right now, as it looks like they do have the old T1 God spot to play off of, but they don't have a Watson, so this position is a little bit more difficult to play.
Yeah, and NPL making the right move too, getting that knock and basically using it to spare some time to rotate. Obviously, they're getting shot in the back, and now they do have another team that's up here on the northeast, so they're going to throw the bubble down to get the heals off. So now they got to be careful because they are in between, two teams, and they don't have much for cover, especially once this bubble drops. I'm really interested to see what they do here. They're going to have to focus that north team. They're going to have to make a push and create that line of sight over the hillside so the team that is down, what is that, Team Pringles that are down there, can't be popping shots off on them.
Yeah, we saw. I mean, this was the same rotation path that MPL tried to use last time we saw this ring in game number 3, game just before this. It's AMG though that are playing on the high ground. So NPL weren't able to successfully maneuver around there, but this time around they've got some extra boxes to work with, and so maybe they can really leverage the loot here to try and find an opening to try and take those yellow tinks. For now though, the focus is to try and clear their back, but AMG, of course, showing their presence for now, and you gotta worry about that. Pringles though still under pressure now, as Hundreds is trying to find an opening here for his squad. He is that frontline recon for his team now, as they're pushing up another building. It's Team Res that are currently in their way. Good clear on that caustic barrel. You cannot let one get in. You can't stop that one. So that's going to be an opening for them. Mun's got dropped down low. Mike Lab instantly going for that port with that Q. He actually survives for now, as the port does get used, but does Clinical have the time to take it? And it looks like he will. No nades onto that port quite yet, as they actually got the knock on to Stink. So there is a chance here, but I think it might be better served to just reset, get healed up, and allow Team Pringles to try and survive. Bambino gets a knock onto Hundreds, and so now the shoe is on the other foot. Team Pringles in a very, very scary situation, as Casellas does get finished off. That will be, looks like Mike Lav to clean that up from Team Res, and very, very rough rotate for Team Pringles there.
Yeah, as you said, Team Res has just got to take a second here. They got to reset. They have a minute and 10 seconds to work with until they really have to start rotating. Take their time. They might be able to get a pick here if they can. It'll definitely help their rotate and make it much easier. But I would say they got to start making a move within the next 30 seconds or so to really depend on, to get across that field and try their best to not get shot at. So as you can see, they're exchanging heals here. Obviously, they're probably going to try to use one to bait, maybe take more damage than the other. You do have Clinical that has the gold armor, so he can afford to take a little bit more damage, just, kind of taking pop shots, because he can fast heal with that. Not fast heal, I apologize. The double shield cells with the gold armor there.
Yeah, the timing looks like it does work out for them. They should have the port if they need to use it on that Wraith, as NPL are blessed, of course, to have a nice pocket to work with here on the south side of this next ring. Again, their attention has to be to their west. They need to make sure that no one comes up, and unfortunately for them, playing this deep, playing this far onto the rocks, they don't have clear line of sight of their west, and so they do have to commit one player over there. It looks like it's going to be Dracos to watch the flank for his squad currently. This is going to be very important for MPL, as it looks like they want to actually position for somewhere else right now, starting to swing on over to the western edge here. Bubble quickly coming up from Dracos. It's going to throw down that defensive bombardment. Hits for 69. This is such good damage with that Hemlock. Hits for Flesh on the defensive bombardment, but the bubble has already been used by the other side. He'll back away off of that. He did slow them down, but did he slow them down enough? Here comes the nades. Bambino slides out of that one now. Again, defensive bombardment from another team here, as E-Boy Ronnie takes so much damage, but he's able to climb into that container. But here it is, Team Res now full pushing on in, the massive out, but oh no, the mantle really disrupting his movement, and then, oh, that's so unfortunate. It looks so good for that push from Team Res, but Nestle Pure Life can count their lucky stars. They took a clean fight. No one went down. A third party does not come out.
NPL getting really lucky there. They definitely just got gifted in that fight. They're gonna have time now to get shielded up, get some shield cells and get some batteries. They can also gather some ammo and things, necessities to go forward in the fight. So that was a huge clutch team win right there for them. So I think they'll be able to get rotated in and potentially take that position of those rocks that they were originally fighting the other team at.
Yeah, if you're Team Res there, you're looking back at the tape. Honestly, it was an execution error. It looked like they had the fight win. They should have had the fight win, you know. So unfortunate seeing the Mantle just like, you know, put his gun away and he's not able to shoot. And then that 1 second of vulnerability is all that NPL needed to take advantage and do some damage back and survive that one now. It's 2 brains, 1 controller. We know they love to play the late game circles, and they were able to get into position early on. We saw, of course, the crypto EMPs here used fairly early, as it looks like NPL have found an opening onto AMG, so they might be able to steal that high ground position now. Z Davis, though, coming in for the third party here, pushing up. Impulsive Dream will get knocked. Dracos will take him out. They have traded back, though. Never mind, that 2 going down. It's all up to Z Davis here for Team Superior. He does clutch that one up, but it's the high ground you have to worry about now. As AMG survive, they recover Inos, and they will be able to survive. They should be able to get back up onto the high ground here. Sleepy Panda doing a great job with this golden G7 Scout as well, doing damage onto this Gibraltar that was stuck over here. Here comes the EMP. Some of the AMG members, it looks like only Inos got hit by that one. They are able to get the knock onto Hill. They don't have to full commit onto the low ground here as they finish off that interception pylon. See if they have any nades to work with to try and throw in there for an additional knock, but it doesn't matter. It's going to be Sleepy Panda. He got the knock with the G7 Scouts. It's going to hold that angle once again. Has to drop down as his armor gets cracked, but he's got the bat to work with. Nice headshot coming out from Inos here. Again, it's basically the same ring that we had last time.
Yeah, AMG's doing a great job of staying alive right now. They held that high ground for a very long time, and it was we got just fights popping off here now. You got Sleepy Panda taking down Lion. Sleepy Panda also taking down Clay, and Sleepy Panda really stepping up for the team here. Coming in with a massive shot. It's going to hit him 14. Still hasn't cracked him purple. And 2 brains, 1 controller is going to come in and take the win.
Oh, AMG's patented aggression getting punched there. Decoys dropping down to the low ground to try and secure that 2nd place at the very least. Get rid of that 3rd team. Really got punished. I need to see the scoreboard to see exactly where everything shaped up, because in the last 10 seconds there, I kind of lost track of who went down first. Actually seeing the replay, it looks like, yeah, so they were able to secure at least 1 of the kills, 2 of the kills at the very least. So maybe it was worth, but they were still in a great position, honestly, if they hadn't traded away decoys. But still, a great game. 2 brains, 1 controller, finally able to get a good game on the board for themselves, especially for a team that we congratulate for being very consistent, being able to play the late game extremely well. We're going to go take an extended break, though, as we have hit the halftime mark. And so you guys go ahead and stretch your feet, get something to eat, get something to drink as well. We'll be right back for Series E right after this.
And I use Intel's i7-8700K.
Intel should be looking to take advantage. They do have, it looks like the HP almost equal on either side, but Cooler getting the first knock onto Hill. It is traded. It's now all up to Tempest here. He's got the R99 and the Mastiff in this 1v1.
Oh,
and
my.
Hill again comes in clutch for
Tempest.
Team Intel, and Intel will take game number 7.
Intel, the best a gamer can get. He's 90. He's cracked. Push. One shot down. All right, move in. 2v1, go. Hey, what's up, guys? I'm Tempest. I play Apex for Intel, and you're watching Series E.
All right, we are back from halftime. Thank you all so much for waiting. This is Series E, and it is Intel Week, and it is Intel Week for a reason, it seems. Let's go ahead and take a look at the leaderboards here, as we can see a lot of movement on the charts now. Team Intel have narrowly taken first place up against Team Razer there by 1 point.
Yeah, you got Razer and Rockstar still kind of battling. Impressive to see Intel kind of make the jump up there. They did have a good game where they popped off and had a decent amount of eliminations. There was 6. Excuse me, I apologize. I'm looking at the incorrect game. They had a total of 2 kills last game. Placement points definitely happening there. However, Applejacks and Rice Krispie Treats not far behind. They can pop off, have some good games. And as you can see, AMG making their way up. I think that second place finish definitely helped them up. But they're going to have a few pop-off games here in order to make their way up.
Yeah, it's a change of styles coming out for AMG in particular. Instead of the high fragging early games that they try to do, they're playing a little bit more reserved RAMG, and it's looking like for the better of it. We'll see, though, if the ring continues to pull on over towards the northeast side of the map. We've had, what, 3 zones basically end over near Overlook or in Overlook so far. Out of the 4 games that we have played, and AMG having priority on that rotation to get into Overlook definitely worked out for them. We saw, of course, they were contending against Team Intel over on the north side of Sorting Factory. But this time really not committing into any kind of poke battles with Intel, and Intel on the other side as well. They didn't full commit onto anything onto AMG. Of course, they didn't find the opening with an initial knock or anything, but they're prioritizing, it looks like, Team Intel themselves to go for those rotates as well.
Definitely, and I think we're going to see Intel continue to play the way that they're playing. They're going to play somewhat passive-aggressive. They're going to aggress when they need to aggress, but I think they're going to be focused on more so trying to make it to that mid-game where they can start really working on their KP, picking up teams that are rotating. And if Intel continues to play the way that they're playing, they're going to make sure that they position themselves well. So I'm really interested to see how Intel and Razer really battle out this game, because this can be a telltale factor of what the leaderboard is going to look like going forward.
And the other thing we have to talk about now, Team Razer getting contested, or at least, they had that fight. Who was it? Was it Team... Why am I forgetting already? That they ended up fighting over at Skyhook. It was Team Rice Krispies, right? If I'm remembering correctly before. So that was a surprising turn of events at the very least here, but it looks like, teams understand now, hey, Skyhook, you can't just allow Team Razer to get all that for free, because we consistently see Team Razer coming out of Skyhook with the most incredible loot.
Absolutely, yeah. And Skyhook is definitely something that might be contested here going forward, as they're starting to realize, hey, like you said, we can't let them have it all to themselves, and they could potentially start working to have a more aggressive start, and then see if they can set themselves up for the match.
Yeah, this might mean that Razer play a little bit more confined. Maybe, just take the east side of Skyhook, or only the west side. We'll see exactly how they change things up for this. As again, it was Team Razer that was in the lead heading into game number 4, but they went down early on. They were left down to a solo, I believe. Gonna double check the scoreboard real quickly for that game. Team Razer ended up only getting, that 1 placement point that you were talking about there in 14th. No kill points. It's Team Intel that are currently the leaders in the lobby by 1 point up against Team Razer. So we'll see exactly how the rest of this half shapes up. We still have 4 more games to go. So again, it's about consistency. It's about being able to run the marathon.
Absolutely. And you know what? I'm really expecting to see something from Team Rockstar this match as well. They're so close to really being in that top 3 there, and overtaking and potentially taking first. I think Rockstar really has what it takes in order to potentially pop off and have a great game here. Hopefully Intel, we're jumped on board with them currently right now. They can hold strong. They're currently starting to work through Sorting Factory. From what I can see, I'm not seeing any other people around them. They may have completely dominated the spot and just kind of made it their own. People, like you said, AMG was starting to pull off, playing much less aggressive. So I'm interested to see if Intel can continue to hold Sorting Factory to themselves.
Lava Fissure fight, though, Sinister have already lost 2, as they are one of our open registration teams that haven't been able to secure a spot for themselves, and that's why tournaments like these are super important before you play into major tournaments, to secure that spot for yourself. Otherwise, you find yourself a nomad, continually trying to find a new home right now. Ziffer's already been finished off. Barely Asian is currently bleeding out. And wonder who that one was, but Snipe will finish him off, as it looks like it was Duplex hitting the heady with that longbow, swapping off onto a different sniper. Yeah, I'm going to call it a sniper. That is not an AR. On that G7 Scouts. He's already worked his way up towards a purple. Just needs to find a bat for it.
Yeah, that's funny as you mentioned it too. The G7 Scout, if I'm not mistaken, the stock that it takes is a sniper stock, is it not?
Oh, no, it's still I don't even know what to call it. Basic stock, a regular stock, rifle stock.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if the sniper rifle stock was needed or not, but yeah, I would definitely call that G7 definitely a sniper. That thing is a beam. That is for sure. Duplex is trying to work around here, see if he can gather some shields, which is definitely going to be very necessary here. It looks like they might be coming back to drop him some shield if need be, because it looks like he doesn't have any cells to fill his purple entirely.
This is the best start, by the way, for Dudes Night Out, who have basically with that team fight win doubled their score, or 2.5 times their score. Anyhow, it's Team Rice Krispies. This is what we were talking about, challenging over at Skyhook, and it looks like they were able to take the eastern side of it and gave up maybe the western side to a Razor. Now here comes the scan, so they have the big tower in the middle to themselves. This does leave open the possibility that maybe Razor were able to take trials, but I don't know if you get that greedy when you know that you're getting challenged on drop.
Absolutely, yeah, and I think Rice Krispies could potentially be detrimental to Team Razor here, because Team Razor definitely needs to have a good game in order to maintain their position on the leaderboards. And if Rice Krispies decides that it wants to get pretty aggro on Team Razor, then Team Razor could be in a pretty cruddy situation, for lack of a better term. So I'd be really interested to see if they actually really aggress on them here.
Yeah, I believe Razor were on the north side of Skyhook. As you can see, rotations are being made now over to market. Rice Krispies Treats do have the angle, but they're hitting for purple, and it's a pretty long range, so they're not really going to be able to do much off of that. So we saw the ring going on over towards Countdown, I believe. That's one of those spots that if two brains, one controller can get in position for it with that crypto, that is an incredibly strong position for them. They play it extremely well. And so it's looking like, you know, another good game quite possibly for them now, as we join on board with Team Superior, who find themselves in a fight over here at Train Station. Now the bubble has been used by the enemy already. Z Davis now trying to get in position to try and push that. The port was used as well by the other squad, but Z Davis gets tagged from above. That might signal the drop down, but no, there it is, dropping down onto Z Davis, but he does have Impulsive Dream there to cover him, and Joey Blackout now throwing out the nades, but he's got to be careful. He's the Wraith right behind him. They've already lost two, and just like that, Team Superior just wiped off the face of the map by Shame Assist, and they did almost no damage back to them.
Yeah, Shame Assist really just dropped down. They really maintained their shields, their health. They held the angles, and they made a really good push there from off the top. Shame Assist with a great play, honestly. That was a quick wipe, and that was huge, because they're in an area where teams can collapse from multiple different angles, so they knew that they needed to get in there, take that fight, and then get out. So they're going to move on, and we're going to hop on board with AMG here. I want to see if AMG maintains that slower pace gameplay this game.
It looks like they are setting up for that, as we're joining on board. Team Raz versus Rice Krispies, 2 already down, and that is the full squad wipe coming out from Rice Krispies. That was well done, but the arc star onto Stunny. He does disjoint it with that Q. Does have the port to back away as well. It's just unfortunate they don't recover anything for that Stunny. Still on that white. Actually swapped it off to a white as a fresh one. He has to heal that one up. Here comes the nades out. Trying to get anything here, but that is such unfortunate timing. The third party onto Rice Krispies Treats, so they don't know how much they actually recovered off of that, but it's that difference in the armor now. Take a look, it's Flashpoint that were stuck in there. Caustic Gas is coming in as well, and oh boy, Team Pringles on the other side of this. Flashpoint can get pitched any second now, as the nades are coming in from the north as well. The Arcs are just out of reach up against Nasky, but it looks like Flashpoint do recover. They stabilize currently, but this is still such a hard position to be playing out of right now, being stuck inside this tunnel. Rice Krispie Treats try to move up with that scan. Stunny does get hit by the Arc Star. Now they're slowly creeping up on it to Flashpoint, but really not seeing any knocks, any fighting going on. They just back away off of this, and they will be able to recover that loot finally. Oh boy! Wow, he just got melted. Stunny going down like that. And what a great turnaround coming out from Flashpoint now, as they will go ahead and turn completely around on Team Rice Krispie Treats. Nasky in the front line gets the knock onto Sung, and there's only one remaining here. Flashpoint want to continue this chase, but the defensive bombardment has been used, and Nasky will pull off of this one, as it looks like Rambo did finish off GS Bird. But again, it's that other team that they were getting pinched by. They have to back away off of that one. Armor swap coming out for Nasky there. They quickly reset onto this one. Doesn't look like they really want to play inside the tunnel up against the Caustic here. Rambo actually was the Caustic. Never mind. Huh. Okay, seeing the swap off coming out from Flashpoint now.
Yeah, and so the thing about it too is Flashpoint made the good play. They needed to get out of that tunnel. That's an area that you don't necessarily want to have yourself in. There's so many different variables, so many different areas where you can get hit from, and trying to take control of this building is in their best interest currently right now. They have the team behind them, and they also have this team here in the West. So they're going to try to determine exactly what might be best. They might try to pick up a knock here through the windows. If they can, they know that they can aggress on that building and move further into the safe zone and further distance themselves from the team that's in the tunnel right now.
It's the economy situation though that's really punishing them, and they do need to kind of commit onto some of this loot. You saw that Hemlock, there was only 2 additional mags for him, so not really up to par to fight right now, as we are on board with Team Razor, who do have Solifide to their south right now. Mercy only burning down from a thermite, and as he does have the gold armor at the very least, and so he will be able to heal that up. I love Zero Tricky now going for the roof, hits for the 84, forces that Pathfinder back now. You have to be careful. Resulta taking a lot of damage, forcing you that bubble. We'll see if Razor get aggressive off of this, but no, they're getting pushed from the below as well. It's AMG coming in with that third party, and what kind of timing is that? You definitely don't expect it when you don't see the trades.
AMG is just, I feel like every fight there's a third party, it's always AMG. They're always there to just pounce as soon as the opportunity is there. AMG is playing it slower off the start, but it's now super aggressive in the mid game here and trying to third party anything that they can.
It's especially important when we're currently, in this circle, right? We have Lava City, Lava Fissure, a lot of teams over here. Oh boy, Intel actually got finished off, and Shame Assist really just taking some amazing fights up against some of the strong teams now, as Razor do answer back. Results coming in now, does get the knock onto Einol's, but Designful has gone down now, and so Razor are able to recover off of this here, but they lose Mercy only. Currently, Zero Tricky now hits for the 108, goes for the repeat, but there's a Gibraltar right on top of him, doesn't hit that one, and he has to be careful here, reloads that Mastiff, goes for the mantle, goes after the opposing Gibraltar here, and will be able to finish off Solifide with a little BM victory dance at the end. Razor survive the storm, survive these fights, and they come up with a lot of loot off the back of it.
Bro, he was giving a little love tap to his box. He said, hey, see you later. We'll see you in Lumbridge, buddy. Zero Tricky is playing out of his mind. I'm telling you, consistency. This guy hits his shots. His movement's great. He's all over the place, and he can be a nuisance to a team with his movement and him always being accurate with his shots. So huge play by Team Razor. And with Intel going down, this is huge for Razor to potentially start working their way to taking the lead.
Oh, and the massive shot's not connecting for Kenny there, as Stink gets that knock onto him, and now this is going to be a very difficult fight for Applejacks. They have to contend with the Caustic on the other side. Lion taking a lot of damage, doesn't have much health behind it as well. Backs away, but there's a Pathfinder. Oh my goodness. Sumo, where did he come from? As they are able to get that knock and the thirst onto him. Klain is now left to try and rat this one out. He needs to heal up that armor as well. Team Applejacks had a strong position, but they get pinched from either side, as Hundreds will be able to get that thirst on to Kenny. Now Team Applejacks, with 13 squads remaining, at the very least, they get themselves a placement point so far. We'll see how far Klain could take them in this game.
If you notice too, is after halftime, you notice the teams kind of start slowing down a little bit. We're still having a pretty aggressive mid game right now, but even like the early game, there was only one squad that was wiped, and these teams are now starting to play a little bit more for placement and trying to get their points racked up for the weeks on end. So it's interesting to see these mid games where it's more 1v1 fights and not necessarily 4 or 5 teams compiling on each other.
Stink got the knock onto Dirty, and this fight is continuing. The bubble fight's a little bit difficult for themselves, though, as Hunters will finally be able to finish off Xenoxity, and finally someone puts a stop to Shame Assist there. Shame Assist picked up a lot of kill points along the way. Fortunately, did not crack the top 10, but consolation prize, the KP is good as well. Team Pringle's in a very strong position here over in Countdown, but this ring will eventually pull away for them. It's NPL now making a very far wide wrap around to the south side as we join on board with Razor, who are still here on the west. They have 1 minute and 37 seconds to work with, as the defensive bombardment was thrown down onto them. It looks like the Beast of the Hunt will get popped by Mercy. The scans will come out for them as they try to make this push here. A lot of good information with this Bloodhound as they're just clearing out a lot of these traps as well to continue this push now. Another scan out as we have Hakulo and Zeratricky pushing up with the rest of the squad. It's Flashpoint making the rotation out now, trying to get from a different building. They lost Rambo along the way. It's Rakanishu that takes out Rambo. Now we'll see if there's an opportunity for them to try and get a res. It doesn't look like anything's available in the area. We'll see if a mobile respawn beacon comes into play.
And there we go. We got Rockstar with good positioning, sitting inside the city, waiting to see teams rotating in. And as I had said, I was expecting Rockstar to, try to pop off this game to, improve their standings in the leaderboard, and they're doing just that. Intel's really gonna, Razor's really gonna have to commit to this fight here. They have 39 seconds, so it's either all or nothing, and it looks like they're gonna fully commit here.
Well, there it is, the push. Big shots coming out from Mercy only, and I'm not surprised to say that once again. 56 with the 14. They will finish him off. BLP going down. This allows Razor a few options now for the rotate. Now with this north side cleared for themselves, they can just move on in and walk this in from the northwest side for the zone with some coverage to work with at the very least. Team Rockstar, though, have great position now inside Skyhook over in the diner here on the west, but this ring should pull away from them. It's going to be important to try and clear out their back, clear out, I believe it was Flashpoint that's on the tall building there to the northwest.
And if Rockstar gets lucky and is able to continue to stay in the safe zone when the new circle pops, Rockstar could potentially end up controlling that building for majority of the game and putting themselves in a top 3 position. If they play their cards right now, if it pulls away, they're going to have to make a move, and I would say they're going to probably try to jump on the opportunity to make a move quick.
Oh, the calls are being made now. Razor pushing up the hill here. You got to be careful. The Mastiff doesn't initially hit, but oh boy, going skeet shooting there with that Mastiff. But now Mr. Hakulo getting the knock on to Decoy's AMG in a world of trouble here as the defensive bombardment has gone down. Mr. Hakulo pushing up. He's going to go for the heal as well, as it looks like behind them it's NPL. Bambino did get knocked by Mercy, but they're going to allow the res to go off. Does he have the bubble? No, the re-knock comes out. Sleepy Panda will go down as well here. As great job by Razor. Now we do see the ring going down to the south side of this portion here, and Rockstar are trying to make a move forward early on, as good damage out from Crummy here. The EMP does pop. That's going to slow them down, and now Rockstar getting punished by 2 brains, 1 controller, along with Team Razor here. Ambino will get that knock onto Matt Pickett, and it looks like we are now down to 9 squads remaining. This opens up an opportunity now for Razor to start making their move to get in for this next zone. Cheesa coming in for the third party as well. Now pushing this building. The port is covering that door, so it makes it difficult now to try and get in. There's an opportunity to try and climb up, but it can take so long. He opts to take the north side of this building. This is the climb up as he clears floor by floor. 2 brains, 1 controller. We saw it happen on the kill screen, off screen. They just got wiped by Team Razor.
And Team Razor is just throwing some bad mouths around left and right, shooting dead bodies in boxes. Razor's feeling it right now. This is their pop-off game right here.
They finally dropped that first place position, dropping down to second place after game number 4, and they are just raring to go, taking it right back. Intel went down early on. I believe it was Shameassist that took them down. Now they have a great position to play gatekeeper here. This is what we saw in game number 1 as well, when they were controlling the choke to try and pick up as much KP as possible. They're already sitting pretty. Mr. Hakulo has 4 kills to his name. We don't know exactly how many Zeratricky or Mercy only have, but this is a high fragging game for them. They can secure the placement points as well. This could be Team Razor with a huge lead up against Team Intel. It's Rockstar, though, that are getting pushed now. Nade out by Crummy as he backs away from that door. They get another knock, a kill. Another knock onto Bursty. Razor is just farming this lobby.
Yeah, Razor, man, is absolutely popping off. They realize the position they're in, and now they're in that flow state of mind where they're just going to be seeking for blood anywhere and everywhere that they can. Crummy's got to rotate in. He's got a team on his right here. Luckily, he's going to have his Q, so he can not take the damage and hopefully move in. They're going to be sought after right away, though, as soon as they rotate in. You have Team Razor right there to try to pick up kills, and Team Razor gets in safe and sound, but it looks like they have a fight going on to the south. Looks like they're going to take a moment here to reset. You got 4 squads left. Team Razor with almost, what, 12, 13 kills in total?
I can't do quick maths, unfortunately. But yeah, I mean, it's a lot of kills.
At
It
least.
looks like pick up one more. Zeratricky finishing off NPL's Dracos. It's Pop-Tarts, it's Razors. I'm getting hungry just thinking about this right now. E-Boy Ronnie actually gets finished off. So now we're on the top 3 here. So Razor have at least secured a lot of placement points as well now. They have the platform to work with, but now it's about dealing with the Watsons in front of them. The traps are there as they do get scanned up. Pop-Tarts, they have the ring and they have the ultimates as well. Pringles to their south. This is going to be a tough rotation, having to deal with a Caustic team on the other side.
Yeah, Razor's in a sticky situation right now. They're gonna have to make a move, and they're well aware they got to make a move quick. They're trying to get a pick here. If they can get a pick here, they're gonna rotate on this left hand side. But the opposing team seems like they just really aren't allowing these, you know, quick piece picks. They get hit once or twice, they're ducking and they're healing.
And they've already, I believe, started the port up on the other side as well. But here's the scan out. There might be an opportunity to try and walk this one in at the very least, you know. They have a spot in the zone. Looks like this pillar is just very ever so slightly in right now. They're continuing to get scanned. They're 10% off of a defensive bombardment, but there's so much high ground cover. And oh boy, what an arc star coming in, and the slow allows hundreds with the hemlock to finish off Mercy only, and they are taking so much damage. Here comes the push from Team Pringles to finish off Razor, only getting into the top 3. The third party situation is happening, but they are standing their ground. They answer back. It's a 1-for-1. It's a 2v2 now, but Stink has gone down as Fat Fruit Ninja and Blight are pushing in. Big Mastiff shot out, but he has to reload. Pop-Tarts will be able to take the win, but we still have to take a look at the leaderboard because Team Razor had so much KP throughout that game.
Yeah, I'm thinking Razor had at least 14 kills, at least bare minimum. And even though they placed third, those 13, 14 kills are going to be huge for them.
Yeah, but that was a great arc star. I mean, honestly, that was kind of like the Hail Mary throw that saved them. The arc star getting the knock and instantly being able to push up. And there was an opportunity. There was a huge opportunity for Team Pringles there to actually win out that fight. It was Pop-Tarts. That was the only timing for them. There were no trades going down, but enough damage went down onto Pringles for Pop-Tarts to come in. I sound silly saying all these partner team names, but that's exactly what happened. That was game number 5. We're going to take a short break. When we get back, we'll have game number 6 of Series E. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Series E, as we had one banger of a game number 5, and we need to take a look at the leaderboard. And if there's a chance to try and get like the after-match report for that last game, we need to look at that as well. Team Razor have skyrocketed themselves back up to the top. Remember, there's a 1-point discrepancy between them and Team Intel heading into that last game. But Razor dropped a 20 bomb in game number 5, ended up taking 3rd place. But overall, 27 points were posted up in game number 5.
Razor just absolutely popping off there. At the end of the game, I said, what? Oh, they only had 13 or 14 kills. So no, I was incorrect. They had a 20 bomb. And we were just talking about it. That's one of the first 20 bombs we've seen in a really long time on here. So big shout out to Razor. Really just strengthening that gap and really taking the lead on first place. Rockstar didn't pop off as much as I had expected them to. And then as you can see, Applejacks is nearing just a bit closer to Rockstar as we go into game number 6.
Yeah, I'm trying to rack my brain about when the last time we saw a 20 bomb. It might have been Alliance. It might have been Complexity. It might have been Sentinels. But that was months ago. So it's been some time since we've seen that. So on the board with Team Intel, it is Intel Week here at Series E. Make sure you type in giveaway, type in exclamation mark giveaway to enter our giveaway, which we will be drawing at the end of the night. And there will be another one as well, I believe, tomorrow. It's for an Intel swag bag, so make sure you get your entries in for that. Team Intel, though, they have been contested kind of by AMG here on the north side of Sorting Factory, but it's really just been a standoff between both teams. No one really committing now, despite except for the first couple of games of tonight's series.
Yeah, definitely. And like I had mentioned, Intel seems to have solidified the area. AMG is starting to play a bit slower here in the beginning and the start of the matches here. So AMG is starting to kind of take their time. Dude's Night Out, though, is getting kind of frisky over here and trying to find a new drop spot. They're getting a little aggressive down here in the garage area.
Yeah, I imagine it's like Team Cheez-It on the other side of this fight right now. As Cheez-It have had to commit to playing on that side. Oh, it's AMG over here. Might be a 3-team split. I don't know if teams will actually do that. I mean, generally you look at the trails and you have to make a decision, but it's a 4-team split? With another team to the south as well. What is going on over here at Refinery?
Yeah, you would think with the trails you'd be able to give, promote enough distance, but as we start getting later into the match, teams are going to start kind of mixing it up and trying to find new drop spots and might go to a completely different side of the map that they haven't gone to any of the games this evening. So you got 2 teams doing that and you have 2 teams that are already contesting. You're going to have yourself a nice little 4-split drop spot, and it could get pretty squirrely pretty quick. But as we are in these later matches, they might want to try to separate and try to all work towards getting more so towards the end game.
Yeah, I mean, this was looking like a year ago, or a year and like 2-3 months when World's Edge first dropped. The hotspot for me and my squad when we were playing was Refinery. We could consistently rely upon like having 4 or 5 teams here. Here's Cheez-It, though. It looks like they came down from Epicenter and then moved their way on in, trying to find a fight. Of course, this is a little bit more difficult for them. They don't have that Bloodhound, so they don't have the additional information, but they've got the high ground. They've got 2 caught outs as the Gibraltar bubble has been used already. And Hambino throwing in the Arc Stars shouldn't get a connect as there's another couple seconds left on that bubble. It's that third party from the northeast they have to worry about, as we were talking about how populated this area is right now. So Team Cheez-It playing this a bit more passively at this point. They cannot get over aggressive here as Hambino takes a good amount of damage now, and that just might be Team Cheez-It just pulling off this fight. The zone, it looks like, pulling down to the south. We'll have information about that in just a moment. We'll see how hard they commit onto this, but it looks like they are indicating that maybe they just pull away from this one.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, that team that's currently trying to third party, I believe that is AMG, which
that's correct.
Just goes right back to what I said, is it's always AMG there for the third party, and then AMG realizes that their opportunity for the third party is more so than lackluster currently, and they are starting to slowly pull off. One still kind of holding position. Another one trying to rotate to the left and grab more so of an angle. As you see the thermite grenade coming in, so it's going to make Strictly pull off. But AMG seems like they might try to pull off of this here.
It's not even
they don't really
AMG.
want much.
It's another team.
It is
AMG
okay,
are
you
all
are
the way
right.
to the west. What is going on over here? It's Dude's Night Out involved in this as well. Okay, so it was Dude's Night Out that stuck around. And it's just the two teams now. Okay. Pop-Tarts, though, find themselves in a... I have no idea. Like, I pride myself on being able to know what's going on in a game, and I have no idea what the hell is going on. It looks like BLP, though, losing 2 out now as Pop-Tart's giving chase here. It's the final member remaining on this squad. Beast of the Hunt, you're not getting away from this hound as he gets hunted down. Pop-Tart's picking up 3 kills there. Dude's Night Out with the opening frag onto nades. Hambino with no armor. It's actually just a sliver. 1 HP left on it here, Strictly on the high ground. They haven't been able to get any trades. Hambino took a lot of damage. Strictly is the only one really ready to fight now for Team Cheez-Its here. It's Dude's Night Out with a huge advantage in this fight. Running around to the other side here as we have another fight. 2 Brains, 1 Controller versus Team Raz now all the way over at Harvester as they've already lost 2. Clinical is the only one alive right now. Might be getting pinched by 2 separate squads. The charge rifle also connecting as well. And yeah, it is just a full-on pinch. Clinical gets finished off. Solafide was involved in this one.
Of course, you hear the shots start popping off. The Controller boys want to jump in, and Solafide is going to come in, and they're going to play this pretty aggressive here. They got the high ground. They got the momentum going. They're going to rush right in, and I think Solafide is going to try to go for another team clear here, running it up on this team right now. As you can see, we got 1 player Flesh. Gentrify taking down Bowser, laying down some flesh shots, so they know they got 1 knock. They got some weak. They can really take this momentum into this fight and potentially take it over real quick. Resulta taking down Tech.
Oh, it's 1 Controller versus 3, and I don't like the odds there, especially with Noct having almost no HP.
Yeah, Noct is gonna do his best here to heal up. He's got the double heal with the gold shield, but he's gonna get picked off there by Designful. Designful coming in with that L2 aim assist, real easy. How you doing?
Solafide, though, doing a good job now. Another team coming in. I imagine that's Team Pringles that have already moved into Harvester with a Caustic. We saw the barrels just for a split second there. Already down to 16 squads, by the way, in this game. It is full squads as well. AMG with a nice lurk position here on the high ground, waiting for the team fire, but oh, they turned around and saw them just in time. Sleepy Panda took a lot of damage there. That does force them out of position with the defensive bombardment coming down on top of their heads, and so AMG back up off of this one. Unfortunate that they weren't able to team fire quick enough. They might have been able to find an opening, but now the opening is gone. And they're just left to watch their backs here. The interception pylon going down for them as Einol's takes a lot of damage there. It starts selling up. It's Team Rice Krispies Treats trying to move up, but Sung took a lot of damage as he swings back to his teammates. They're playing over by the mine pass now. And this is an okay position right now as they're trying to recover and find a way to rotate into this one, as we see that, yeah, the ring will continue to pull over to the western side. So this is going to be a Harvester circle. We'll see exactly where this one goes, if it continues to pull up northwest towards the snake, or if it goes over towards that respawn building to the west.
And as you can see, Rice Krispies is kind of sitting back now. They're gonna slightly reset. They're gonna slow it down, and they're gonna try to find a way to get out of this area, as they are kind of more so pinned on the low ground. You have the scan coming out from the Bloodhound, trying to determine exactly what route they want to take, and it looks like they might actually start trying to make a move here. Excuse me, but Bird is just getting turned on and just getting beamed. Bird's gonna pull off here. He's gonna have to heal up. Stunny and Sung are starting to make their move up to the high ground there, and that's the exact position that they need to be in right now.
And over by the train tunnel, it's currently Applejacks all set up with their Watson generator out and everything. And so they're trying to use these snipers, get the additional damage off, try to get those, get the purple and red Evo shields. A little bit far off is Lion, as he's only 90 damage away from getting the purple. But then, you know, we know how long it takes to try and get that red. The longbow, it is a strong weapon. but it's not as consistent as like trying to get a red with a triple take or charge rifle right now. Team Intel though in a fight over here at Sorting Factory, as the res was used on the other side. Now you got to be careful. Thermite burning down Tempest currently, but they were able to get the knock and to finish onto Dirty, as Team Rice Krispies find themselves in a fight up against Gentrifying. Aim assist losing one already. Here comes the push out, swing in from Sung, has to play around the bubble, pulls out the massive, gets some decent damage off, but he needs the rest of his squad here. As Team Razor pulling up from behind as well. Taking the port on in is Mr. Hakulo now, getting tagged from all the way over at Harvester, but there they go. They finish off GS Bird.
So Razor, they're starting to play aggressive. They're in a situation where they have a strong enough lead that they can really take this point to over aggress and try to pick up more KP and get more elimination points for, you know, placement of this game. So I wouldn't be surprised if you see Razor just kind of over aggress in some fights, and they're going to be jumping on anything that they can. Designful though is taking down Hakulo, which is not good for them. And it looks like
what
what
old armor
is
there right below him. It might just be he got the knock with that Prowler. This is such a dangerous spot. He will be able to secure that knock. Has to back away as they have a Gibraltar right on top of him. He gets finished off, but Team Razor get punished as well. AMG biding their time throughout all of that and coming in for the third party. Like you said, Razor, they're really just trying to press that lead, get more KP. They picked up a couple and maybe one placement point. Still kind of a lackluster performance in this game for them, as Rockstar now are on the move here on the south side of the zone. They have a small distance to make their way on up to get into Harvester.
Yeah, and Rockstar's not, if I recall correctly, not far behind. They're in third, I believe, right now. You have Intel in second, and then, of course, you have Razor in first. So Rockstars might be trying to make a push here. You still have all three members from Intel up, if I'm correct, and then you still have all three members from Rockstar up. So this could be a battle of the best here, and this could honestly decide what this score is going to look like for the rest of the evening.
Ooh, Dude's Night Out. Dave's taking a lot of damage there as they're playing the northeast side of the zone right now, north of Sorting Factory currently. And yeah, Rockstar not far behind at all. They were 4 points trailing behind Team Intel, so they're currently sitting in third place at the moment. Dude's Night Out have a lot of work cut out for them with 3 games left to go. I mean, if they could pop off 3 games in a row, there's an opportunity, but right now they have 5 points total across 5 games. Averaging 1 point per game is not something that you want to see. It's Buff Pathfinder that were standing in the way to try and slow down their rotation here. But with another team contesting them, of course, we saw them earlier on inside that train tunnel, leaves the opportunity with the really wide wrap to the south coming out from Dude's Night Out.
And I think the wide wrap is going to be the play here, as teams may not be expecting. That is a good angle to come in, and they're going to try to potentially huddle up inside the building there over on the northeastern side where they rotated in at. As you have Intel still just sitting in factory. I feel like Intel has really not moved. They landed factory, they looted it up, and now they're going to try to hold it down. So far, the zone has worked in their favor, but they're going to be put in a position now where they're going to have to rotate out. So they're going to have to keep an eye out for Dude's Night Out. And then they have, I believe, 2 more teams over here on their west, one in the tunnel and then one over being by the train that is going to cause some problems when they do try to rotate.
And this ring is actually just completely pulling into Harvester. A lot of the south, though, is still available right now. As you can see, teams are taking a position over by the train tracks currently. It's Rockstar playing over at the fences on the southwest side, though. Nades coming in, and Matt Pickett just narrowly missing one. He's going to throw down that interception pylon for himself in case any more nades do come in, and he'll get the quick, the natural regen on the shields as well. Rakinishu taking a lot of damage, is forced to bat now. Does he want to go for that re-peek? They're getting pushed on. Crummy gets the first knock on to Dracos, but now with MPL pushing in, they do trade 1 for 1 currently. The bubble has been used. Rakinishu has that massive out. He gets jumped on, pulls on back, and he does get that knock onto E-Boy Ronnie. It's going to be a 2v1 for Bambino, who's taking so much damage, but he does get the knock onto Matt Pickett. Here comes Team Intel, though, with the flank for the third party. Rockstar survive for now, but at what cost? Matt Pickett and company do go down. Intel find the great moment to come in for the third party and find a position in the zone.
Yeah, definitely. Intel's jumping in, taking out one of their biggest threats right now that they have to worry about. Intel's just got to make sure that they square away this game and get a good placement. But with the momentum they have going now, I could see them wiping a few more squads here before we start getting into more of the top 5 situation. I do want to see Intel try to be a little aggressive, but you also got to be passive because you just realized you took out Rockstar. This is your chance to kind of strengthen that lead.
Secure the placement points. The higher you place, the longer you survive in an Apex Legends match, there's a correlation. The longer you survive, the more kill points you end up getting. Right now, though, Pringles, oh boy, not surviving well as Stink has already gone down. That's going to be Flashpoint in front of them. Currently, as Pop-Tarts are making their move themselves, they have to fall back into this connector, going into a full team. They'll be able to wipe that one up with taking really minimal damage here. As Pringles, now it's all up to Casellos, trying his best to play around with that caustic gas. Goes for the loop-de-loop, trades position with one, but the thermite will finish him off, it looks like. Now with the R99 spray from Aves, Dude's Night Out, trying to push up, but the caustic gas is just too much for them. They regroup on the roof of the building now as Duplex drops low to try and cut that angle off of them, especially with Intel now poised in position to try and come in for the third party. Armor swap out as it allows Teen continue to just peek on out. There's a squad on top of Harvester currently seeing that pull away. This might actually go over towards the drink zone, quite possibly. We'll find out in just a moment as another fight breaking out. Sinister is able to get the knock on to looks like Impulsive Dream, and with the help of another squad, looks like they will be able to clean that one up, but they lose Barely Asian throughout all of that. It's Applejacks now coming in for the third party. They have the 3v2 advantage. Plane swinging left as he spots out the Wraith, tries to connect, finally will. It's going to be Farmer Lucas actually with that Mastiff to take him out. Now there's only one left on the Sinister side as Applejacks, they're not going to chase after it. They're happy with the loot currently, with Pop-Tarts especially to their north right now.
Yeah, and Pop-Tarts is doing a good job. Way to come in and kind of clean up those kills there. Be able to loot back up and then get right back into the fight. Pop-Tarts is in a good position right now. They do have some of their building which is inside the actual safe zone, or I'm sorry, just right outside of it. They do have to make the crossover here. Do cross the bridge. They do have a team that's in front of them, so they do have to be kind of leery when they're making their angles and their pushes. And it looks like they're going to start sending it in. But at the same time, it looks like the building might already be cleared out, and quite honestly, they can continue to hold this position for the time being.
Yeah, we're going to see a little bit of a lull in the action right now as every team just... There was a mad scramble. We're down to 6 squads. As Barely Asian goes down, Pop-Tarts gets that knock on to him, as it looks like that was actually just the thirst to finish him off. And so now that squad is down to a duo. We're able to get the reses, but unfortunately, it was only onto Mitla, who's still popping that Phoenix kit for now. With honestly, I don't understand how he's surviving, but looks like he hasn't made any movements. Teams haven't spotted him, and he will survive for now, regroup with his squad. So they're still in, but they are playing a man down currently. And they're going to be pressured by the zone. It's closing in now. As Applejacks here playing on the south side of Harvester currently. They are set up, and this is a caustic team, and so they can slow things down with that EMP.
Yeah, and Applejacks, they're in a good position. They can take their time. They got, they have the fences set up. They have the generator up. They're in an area where they can, have a team try and push and waste utility and waste their nades and try to get in. They're going to be able to hold this building down. They have the big doors that they can use and they can close quickly. But it looks like this team, after their bubble drops, might be trying to make a hard push on them here.
They don't have to full commit to the interior of the building, as the port has been used by Dude's Night Out. That'll get them underneath that ramp as well. As Team Intel playing from the outside of Harvester currently, but the pull is going to favor the teams that are inside right now. But with so many teams contesting currently around there, this might be an opportunity for Intel just to be able to walk this up, maybe even port to the west side of that currently. And they have time to work with, try to find an opening, try to get a knock, and we're seeing Intel doing a good job of keeping teams at bay. The G7 scout shots hitting from Hill there, as he's getting closer and closer to that red Evo shield.
Quite honestly, too, I think they want Hill to hit enough shots to be able to get the red Evo shield, and I think Intel has plenty of time. They're not going to be worried about rotating right now. I wouldn't be surprised if Intel doesn't rotate until like the last 10 seconds of the circle. They will have the portal to use to potentially move forward, but Intel knows that they need to make this their banger game. So Intel is definitely trying to play it as smart as possible. They do have a good position. and I think that they'll be able to rotate in with that late push.
Good damage out onto Pop-Tarts' Farmer Lucas here, and I believe that came out from Team Intel, and so we'll see how hard they commit to try and gatekeep. I believe AMG to their west right now. You can see them poking out from that rock currently, heading for the 30 onto the blue. Now Farmer Lucas is actually pushing up and dropping down to the low ground here. Does have to be careful. It looks like the call might have been made from the rest of the squad. Yep, there it is, the scan out. Might be someone just below them. It's a two-man, I believe. That Sinister squad. That might be below them. They haven't been able to clear that one out, but again, they could just let the rest of the lobby do the work for them. With AMG rotating in from the northwest side, they should be the ones that clear out the teams underneath them. It's just about how hard do you want to commit for the KP.
Absolutely, yeah, and I think they keep the position over the KP. Position's going to be huge currently right now with teams starting to rotate in. They do have like the best position that they possibly can, and as you had mentioned, Intel's going to start rotating in now. So you got to have Sinister below it, and you're also probably going to have AMG jumping in on here as well. So we're about to have teams just dropping on top of each other.
Sinister did get finished off. We're down to top 5 squads, but it looks like the full commit coming out as well. Dude's Night Out getting a knock onto Fat Fruit Ninja, and it's just not enough. Team Intel go down in top 5. Pop-Tart's still alive here as Lucas is still alive for his squad. Trying to get this third, trying to finish off actually the last player that's playing behind the knock shield. Goes for the wide peak, and he will get finished off. Dude's Night Out having their best game of the evening so far. AMG have made their way on into the zone as well. They're the team actually playing up top. Applejack's below. And this might come down to a heal off, honestly. Depends on where this next ring pulls out towards. Applejacks, they're sitting kind of pretty. They do have the port that they have to keep an eye on at the very least. But here's Kenny now setting up for that crypto, the EMP to come out. He's going to have it in 2 seconds.
Yeah, and as I mentioned, you know, we talked about Applejack just kind of playing the interior of this building. They have doors, they have fences, they have everything up that they need. They have the generator. They can literally sit in this interior currently right now, and they're able just to open those doors up, pop some shots, close them back up, get their heals. So I'm interested to see what Crypto does here with this EMP.
We're seeing some of the late game strats really coming back into Apex Legends, you know, really setting up that late game what we call it, zip line to use, allowing teams to fight while you guys are safely, of course, in the air right now. Kraber in the hands of Sleepy Panda. Does he get the opening for AMG here? It's going to be difficult. Again, the zone starts closing in. They are safe right now. The defensive bombardment does come down. They've got an interception pylon that gets instantly cleared, but I feel like they didn't have to use that at all. And so they're not going to have that to work with. Let's see if Decoys has an ultimate excel, and he does, as Einolz gets wide peaked by Duplex, going down now. Sleepy Panda dropping down to the low ground. Might go for the peak with that Kraber, but it looks like they might be able to get the res to bring Einolz back into this. Oh, when you've got that Kraber, you do not want to see a Gibraltar on the other side as well. 3 more shots remaining on it. And it looks like he goes for another peek. Doesn't connect. He's got 2 more shots, but now he gets pushed as the full squad is going to try and wrap around onto him. Currently, here comes the EMP out from Applejacks, and that might be the saving grace for AMG currently, as Sleepy Panda is able to reconnect with the squad. Applejacks now going out to try to go for an attack, but it's Duplex to pick up a double, taking out Einolz and Sleepy Panda. Here comes Klain, getting a port out for a separate angle. He can go ahead and rejoin his team. Klain getting the knock onto Rolders, and it's gonna be Applejacks barring any kind of miraculous play from the other sides. They've already got the knocks. They've already got the position on the ring. Now they just need to finish it off. Team Applejacks take the win.
Applejacks posted up. They held it down. They played it right. They were in that building for the last 10 minutes of that match, and they played it the angles and they played the rotations. They played it exactly how they needed to play it. They did give AMG some saving grace there towards the end with the EMP coming out, and overall well played by Applejacks.
Yeah, Duplex coming up with some clutch knocks there for Dude's Night Out as well. But yeah, that was all Applejacks in the end. So congratulations to them. They take game number 6 and starting to really contest now for the top 2 positions. We'll see exactly where they land on the leaderboard after we take our break. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back with game number 7 for Series E right after this. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Series E. We had a longer break than we expected there as we had to reset the lobby and get everyone back in. So we appreciate you guys, of course, everyone watching at home for for sticking around as we are heading into the final two games of the evening. And we have to take a look at the leaderboard because we were talking about Applejacks are making some big moves right now, and they are in contention for the top two spots. It's still Team Razor there in the first place position with 79 points. Team Intel 20 points behind them at 59, but Applejacks right behind them by 1 point at 58. So a lot of moves have been made here.
Yeah, definitely. Applejacks popping off last game with a 17-point game. Another team we were taking a look at too, even though they're not too high up on the leaderboard, was Dudes Night Out. They had 13 kills in second place. They had, like you said, their best game of the evening last night. Very good display of just sportsmanship and absolute democracy between these guys and how they control their team and how they move and work together. And you can show that they're really a dominant team when they need to be.
Team Razor are slowly making their way. Like, if they have a really good game here in game number 7, that might just like mathematically clinch it. If Intel, Applejacks, and Rockstar don't pop off here, and that leaves the middle of the pack really wide open. I mean, taking a look at the point spread, anyone honestly from the second position down to hell, even down to like 15th place, with two big games, they can easily find themselves in second place. So right now, these last two games are extremely important for everyone involved. So big stakes here. Again, we have $500 on the line for this. It's $300 going to first place, $200 going to second place, and also, of course, these points count towards the end of season relegation and everything like that. So these all of our players are playing their hearts out right now because there is a lot on the line. We're getting later and later into this season. I don't quite remember which week we are in right now currently for Series E, but it feels like we have gone quite a long way so far, as we are getting game number 7 ready. We should be going into game very shortly here. We'll see if Team Intel can really hone the power of Intel Week to try and get back into the lead, take the first place position. They have been getting so much better playing as this trio as the season has evolved.
Absolutely. And with a team where you have players that come from different BRs and can adapt to many different things, once you get that team synergy down and you have the team that plays together and they work together and they work on the mistakes together, they can really dominate once you really feel each other out and you really determine, who the leader of the team is going to be. So seeing Team Intel and seeing how they continue to work together and work on their mistakes and review their issues, they're definitely a dominant team to be taking a look at.
All right, here we go. Heading into game number 7 here of Series E. And we know that last time Intel did not get challenged off of drop. AMG ended up going over towards Refinery. So this should be roughly safe looting path for them. We don't know if they did get challenged, though. So right now, though, with how spread out they are, it looks like they are completely safe. I mean, take a look. One all the way over to the west, one all the way over to the south, and then one taking the northern position. It's Team Superior that are getting challenged. Stomps goes down. And was he a last-second replacement? It looks like he was. Joey Blackout needing to bow out of this one so far, as Aves from Dude's Night Out was able to get that first kill and the thirst onto him here. Z Davis, though, has that gold armor to play off of right now. The G7 Scout and the Sentinel, not the tools you really want, though, especially on your Wraith, who wants to get in to the middle and in thick of things. Has the R9 to swap off to, and so things are looking a little bit better now, but he's going to go ahead and rejoin Impulsive Dream. We've got a fight, though. Applejack's taking on another squad here, as they've already lost out on Kenny. The crossfire has been set up for Lion, though, to cover the retreat, and he hits with that G7 Scout, but he goes down. Bursty with the burst, taking out Lion here. It's all up to Clane, but he's got 5 HP left. Applejacks are out. So, from a high down to new lows here, Applejack's the first squad out.
Yeah, Applejacks really definitely need to secure a good game there. Unfortunately, if Intel puts up a good number game here, Applejacks can be kind of finding its way down low. This is not the final game, though. We do have one more game, and I do expect to see Applejacks learning from their mistakes.
And it doesn't look like Z Davis will be able to go in to try and recover that banner. There's only 5 seconds left. He's going to try and make a mad dash for it, but he's inside, and he does not get anywhere near Stomps to try and get that one up. Z Davis, though, has taken a lot of damage. He's got that gold armor, but he elects to go for that bat. It looks like he will be able to get the full channel on that with the watchful eye of Impulsive Dream up top of him. But oh boy, Duplex comes in. Dude's Night Out. Gonna get one more kill here. Impulsive Dream gonna go ahead and stick that res onto Z Davis. He actually survives here. He'll be able to back up and heal up as well. Wingman shots will keep that team at bay, but do they have any meds? There we go. Some light armor going on over the Sentinel. I believe that he still has. We'll now get that 4-8, but it's just the bats that Superior will be using to heal up. He does have the syringes, and so this gold armor continuing to find value for them, and it looks like it was a third-party attempt coming out from Pop-Tarts that dissuaded Dude's Night Out.
Yeah, Dude's Night Out is going to be kind of in a situation here where they got to determine if they want to try and jump in and take the fights, or if they want to back off and not worry about being third-partied. You do have Pop-Tarts that's holding the top of this building here, so you're going to have a 3-way fight, and this team that's held inside the actual building currently right now, they're going to have to find a way out. I know they are a man down, and they're going to be low on heals as well, so they might want to try to figure out a way to duck out of that building and hopefully get away from Pop-Tarts, which just seems to be dominating this downtown city here.
And if they get a good scan and realize that it's just a two-man, there's a huge chance for them to come in for a full send. As Cheese It now are getting full sent upon. Sumo gets the knock onto nades, and Shame Assist have really been putting in work and really turning the screws on some of our partner teams so far. Flashpoint coming in for that third party, though. Here's the port out from Nasky. They want to get involved, but it looks like this team was able to successfully slide their way into Geyser. So the timing just off by a split second there. Impulsive Dream got the knock onto Blight, but that's still going to be a 1v2 for Pop-Tarts to continue to push if they want to now. Oh boy, Flashpoint getting flanked at this point, and they are disconnected from their port. They cannot back away. It's AMG on top of them. Rambo, the first one to go down. Nasty pops into that queue as Freestyle is trying to pop that bat to keep himself alive, but AMG will go ahead and continue to pursue as they get the thirst on to Rambo and the knock onto Freestyle. It's all up to Nasty here for Flashpoint. I believe, though, in that fight, Pop-Tarts versus, oh my goodness, why am I forgetting that squad? There we go. They're able to get the res, and so they do recover off of this, and it doesn't look like Dude's Night Out are able to come in for the third party as well. And so they secure that. For now, we're down to 18 squads here. Thermite just to cover this at the very least, and they pick up that gold armor, and it's going to go on into the hands of Blight.
Yeah, and Pop-Tarts is now in a situation where they're going to have to battle their way out of that building. You don't want to get stuck in that building. Pop-Tarts definitely has the opportunity to take advantage of their positioning on the map and potentially rack up KP. However, we're going to jump on board real quick with Solafide. And you got Gentrify dropping some wingman shots right now, trying to provide some cover fire for Designful. Designful is able to get inside the cart and get the heals off. Result doesn't come out with the R301 and start to lay down shots, but it looks like they might try to back off from this. And yeah, I believe retreating. They're trying to get Gentrifying back, and Gentrifying's just letting them have it. They did get it looks like they got a knock.
And the thirst onto iMike Lav from Team Rez. The third party was coming in, I believe, onto Solafide, but with Gentrifying getting that knock, that opens up huge possibilities for them. The bubble has been used as Designful tries to swing in, but it's a little bit too late. The Rez should have gone off here as Sinister are involved in a fight in Harvester currently. They are able to make their way into Harvester so far, as Aventla was able to get in there. We have information about the ring as well. Harvester is in for the next one, but we'll see exactly where this one pulls off to, as they're just going to continue to move on through and take control of this building. They found out Clinical and got the knock onto him with the thirst. So Team Rez now still alive currently, but how many members are alive as Team Aim Assist are continuing to try and hunt them down? This is what we know Solafide for. They do not let up when it comes to these fights. Mike Lav, oh boy, taking a lot of damage there, moving through the lava, and he will get finished off. He will get taken down by Resulta. It's just up to Munsgott to survive for his squad, as Mike Lav does get thirsted. And Solafide should be happy with these 2 kill points, as now they are going to go ahead and regroup to take back position of where they were playing on the train tracks earlier.
Yeah, Solafide, definitely a team that you don't want to run into as well. I mean, these guys know how to play off of a push. They know how to play off of a knock. And in any type of loophole that you give them, they will take advantage of, and they will jump right on you. So if you're going to play against them, you got to make sure you play aggressive. You definitely can't be taking damage.
Buff Pathfinder finding themselves over here at Geyser. Defensive bombardment was used, and so that's going to be the end of that push, and they give that spot a lot of space backing away. Ray's reconsidering it, though. Just holding the angle for now, but oh boy, Matt Pickett. It's that Team Rockstar rotate on up from Lava City, almost securing the thirst, but Ray's barely survives for now. His bursty swings on out, but he's getting full on pushed. Rakanishu is there with that Eva 8. There's only one player remaining. Raze gets thirsted as well, and what a turn of events as the Smooth Memes now trying his best to survive, but another squad might be in the area here. As he pokes on in, there's another team in there. It's Matt Pickett to finish him off, so Rockstar will be able to pick that one up. We'll see if they find themselves in another fight. The ping is out there. They know that another team is here.
Yeah, Rockstar might take this time to just loot up, reset, and then determine exactly how they want to push out. Rockstar's not in a terrible position. They can pop off this game and have a good game 8, and Rockstar could be up there on the leaderboard. So I know they're going to try to take this one seriously. They're going to play it slow and play it methodically. But it looks like they might be making a push here towards the western area of Geyser here.
Yeah, before this game, they were in 4th position with 50 points. 29 points trailing Team Razor currently in 1st place, though. And these kill points will definitely help them catch up. It's about also making it to the late game, ensuring that Team Razor aren't found in that region as well. As we're seeing Nestle Pure Life now controlling the southwest side of Sorting Factory, taking the platform currently. Bambino and E-Boy Ronnie having a difficult time trying to upgrade their armors currently, as Nestle Pure Life. It's only Dracos that's got that purple armor. A lot of fighting actually taking place here, and we saw Intel actually lurking around at Sorting Factory for quite some time in our last game. This might be the same case here, as Dudes Night Out have found themselves in another fight. Any of them knock onto Dirty and Sumo already, leaving themselves in a 1v3. Even getting the finisher there. Aves will get his armor back. It's taking place over here at East Frag right now, so they have been able to turn back around. Duplex, though, oh no, dropping down into the lava, but it doesn't matter. They will be able to finish off that fight. It's Celafita, though, already on the back foot. It's Rice Krispies getting the knock, getting the thirst onto Designful. Now Gentrifying tries to push up, as we have the caustic gas coming out from Sung. Stunny now in a 1v1, I believe, and he clutches that up for the squad, and will be able to get the res. We'll see if there are any third-party opportunities here, as the armor swaps and the Phoenix kit is there for Sung, and Stunny will be able to get the res onto Bird as well.
Huge plays by Sunny there. He really clutched up for the team, came in with the massive shots, and was able to get both the boys up. And we're going to jump over here now with Rockstar. Rakinishu looks like he's got to heal up. He's taking some heavy damage right now. We're going to jump on board with Crummy. And it looks like all of Team Rockstar right now is just focusing on healing up and getting reset for this fight. And it looks like they're going to try and take this fight. And Team Rockstar not being afraid to take the fights and be aggressive, especially with Matt Pickett on the team, popping bodies and taking names. I'd be interested to see if they jump out on this now.
And they want to try and find a way to get inside Sorting Factory with the ping on to the smokestack to the south here. Short port for Crummy there, as he does get challenged. The G7 Scout almost cracking that blue, though, but took a lot of damage himself as his teammates do come on through. We have the Watson generator coming down as well, with a defensive bombardment being used. I believe the other squad, I don't know if Rakinishu actually used that one. Ultimate Excel also being used by Matt Pickett here, as he will get that ultimate back instantly now, as Crummy starting to make his way on up to the northern side. We got the next ring here, continues to pull on up, as there's an opportunity that this actually goes to the other side of the valley. So we'll see how teams position for this one right now. As you can see, a lot of focus being placed on the jungle gym along with the circle building to the north there.
And have we been able to confirm, is that Intel that's holding up inside of Sorting Factory here?
I'm not entirely too sure. We haven't seen them in quite some time, and it is. They are in the topmost level of this building now. And again, Team Intel, they've been playing their hearts out for the last couple of weeks now. They're currently in second place, 20 points trailing behind Team Razor, as Bambino gets a knock onto Hambino. Don't get to say that often. It's Team Razor, though, that are still trying to maintain this lead right now, playing the choke, or being forced to play the choke right now. But, oh, Sung got the knock, but here is the instant bubble out, as they will be able to get the res onto Mercy. Will he be able to recover? Defensive bombardment used as well to keep them at bay, buying valuable time for Mercy only to get this medkit off. We'll say that team will completely disengage here. Team Razor don't have to commit onto this. They can, of course, go over to their left and make their way to the north side of Sorting, and it looks like that's going to be the call.
Yeah, definitely. In this situation, you're going to want to take that early rotate. You have you have time to get across without getting shot at. Especially them, they just got to maintain, I would say, placement points. They don't even really need to worry about KP right now. Just maintain consistency to continue to secure that first place spot.
Team Intel opt to actually take the give away the position on top of that building and go early to move for underneath the train tracks, as Munsgod, we saw them going down earlier on. Team Rez is still alive for his squad, and There's still a number of squads that are actually currently damaged. Dude's Night Out, though, taking this fight on the northeast side of the zone. Currently, Team Rockstar pushing up as well. But Dude's Night Out as having a little bit of difficulty actually trying to push this team as they might have ported out. And so they just back up and they will maintain control of this building so far. We see a lot of Gibraltar ultimates going down as well as Duplex goes for the high ground here, tries to find an angle as does spot one out, hits for the 75 onto the gold, almost getting that crack with the R301, doing a good job as well of watching his back.
Yeah, Duplex is holding a good position here. He's going to allow his boys to sit on the second level and peek out the door. And while he maintains the roof control here, he was doing a good job of watching his back. But of course, the one time that he doesn't check, he starts getting pinged in the back. Duplex is able to drop in and start getting the heals off as we have Rolders now flipping around and taking on Duplex's role and covering both sides and both angles of these buildings here. He's going to get up on the actual roof and completely take over Duplex's spot. Although I think the roof he might want to start kind of moving off of, because that is not an area you necessarily want to be caught on, especially something that steep. It's not easy to move around and maneuver with.
Team Rice Krispies over here by the S-Bend. And they do have to give up some ground. The knock came down, but they do recover off the back of it. It was Team Pop-Tarts now, and a little bit over-aggressive as they've already lost one. Fat Fruit Ninja does answer back, though. It's a 1-for-1 so far. The heal's coming out as the cell will be popped along with the syringe, and they've got the fast heal, but they get pushed, and he doesn't have the time to actually finish that one off. Fat Fruit Ninja, with only about 15 HP, does get taken out, but here is the third party instantly from Team Razor to clean that one up. The timing was so fast coming out from them.
Yeah, Razor saw an opportunity and they jumped on it, and Razor's doing exactly what they need to be doing right now. They are maintaining dominancy of the game. They're getting the kills that are necessary, but they're not taking the fights that you know they really don't need to be taking. So they're making smart plays, and I think Razor is going to come out of here with a nice game.
They've got the zone as well as we join on board with NPL, who are trying to gatekeep any squad coming in. They've got the connector area from Harvester over towards Sorting Factory, and the scan comes out from NPL. Draco's doing a good job of playing the rocks right now, using that Hemlock. Does hit for the red, so he will give up that position just a bit, give up some ground. There's still 20 seconds to work with, so you can't overcommit onto these angles. So the thermites are starting to come in. NPL feel a big push, and so they do decide to just back up right now. It's Team Rice Krispies, as they've basically full committed onto this position. They have to actually push for this. So the scan coming in onto them. Looks like still a little bit wary about trying to push up for now. Don't know if they've got the caustic gas. I wasn't actually paying attention for that. As Draco's is pinned down behind these canisters currently, but will it be the caustic canisters that actually come in here? They're continuing to just back away, give up more and more ground. Swing out from Stunny, does have some decent cover to work with as he pulls out that Volt, hits for almost 50 on that. Now they bubble forward as they bubble in kind from the other side. The Mastiffs are out. They have to commit to these bubble fights, and it's working out in their favor. Curly already getting 2 knocks now. One more to finish this one all off, and they will be able to secure that fight, taking out E-Boy Ronnie and taking a strong position here as the ring does pull on over to Team Intel.
And Intel's in a great position now to try to take over this building. If they can take this building over or potentially even just hold this angle, I believe Rice Krispies is going to have to start pushing out of that tunnel area there. Are they not?
Behind them there? To eventually, and I believe Munsgod is still soloing above them. I'm not entirely too sure. I mean, the numbers still make sense for Team Rez, as there's 2 people currently missing in the lobby. 2 people currently missing for Team Razor. 98 hit from Zara Tricky. He does get the knock, but he's not going to be able to get the thirst, as the team is there to back him up. That's Team Rockstar coming in to put a stop to Team Razor.
Rockstar kind of showing up now too, as you know, they realize that they're close. They're starting to frag out, and the position that they have, though, I'm not 100% sure. I think Intel's really in the advantageous area right now with the control of the safe zone and the control of the rotations. I'm really interested to see what this zone does though and see where it pulls, because it could potentially be beneficial for Team Rockstar. Although Rice Krispies is directly right below them now, so we might see a little contest here on top of this bridge.
I wonder if Sung was able to get his hands on any Ultimate Excels. It doesn't really look like it. Bird is 63% away, or 63% on his ultimate, but they have to commit onto this tunnel now as Teen and the company setting up those fences as well. Ooh, 2 brains, 1 controller still alive, taking off 2 of Team Rockstar currently, and Noct is able to get that thirst as well onto Crummy now, but Intel are fully committing to this fight on the low ground now. The barrels are coming out, they're creeping forward, they need to clear them as quickly as possible, and it looks like they have, but 2 brains, 1 controller are gonna go ahead and toss in that EMP as well. So Hill now sitting with almost no armor, using that headshot angle extremely well though, as Tempest gets the knock onto Stunny. They finish off Sung, and that is the finish onto the fight. Big armor swaps for them as well, allows them completely reset. Now we're down to the top 4 squads. Intel are here, but they have given up the high ground currently as the ring pulls away from them.
Yeah, you know what? If they get this rotate and they can get in somewhat early, I think they have one. I think there might be one down to the left, because we still have 4 squads left. We have a 3v3v1v1, or yeah, would that be it?
It's a duo because Crummy did get finished off. We saw that,
okay.
And so it's a 3v3v2v1 as 2 brains, 1 controller are looking to just close this one out. They do this so extremely well. Now the EMP was committed. We'll see if Tech will be able to get that back in time for this next rotate out. As you can see, there is a ledge for Team Intel to play off of. They're on the left. They don't have to commit to the right, and so there are many variables that 2 brains, 1 controller do have to take into account for, which is they've already done, setting up Watson traps on their south and their north.
I think Intel just tries to inch in here. They're going to use the rocks as cover, and then they're going to wait for Teens up, back up. Yeah, I mean, they're going to be able to inch up just a little bit here, and then come the next zone, Teen's going to be able to use this portal in order to kind of get them out a little bit safer.
Yeah, so they are in right here where Tempest is currently holding. And so, yeah, that does buy them some time. Remember, there's a solo in this lobby as well, along with a duo. They want to try and survive for as long as possible. Remember, we're in that territory where every single additional placement you get like an additional 2 points, additional 3 points, quite possibly. Now, we do have the defensive bombardment coming down from Hill, but we know that up top 2 brains per controller are playing this out. Doesn't look like they're actually committing an interception pylon on this one, as the connections did land onto the ground now. The ring completely pulling away from them for this next one, so they will have to commit in about 1 minute and 30 seconds for that move. That might mean, though, of course, Tempest might have the interception pylon for himself. Hill will not have the defensive bombardment, though. And unfortunately for them, the duo and the solo are still alive right now.
I think they're going to play it a little bit slower. I think Teen's going to be able to drop this portal here momentarily. If they don't get pushed here, which it seems like they are.
Don't even know exactly what happened there. All their shields are gone now. Tempest, though, does clap back, taking out Tech, and they are so low, but Teen is able to commit onto that battery now. We'll go for the syringe as Hill will get his battery off as well. Now 2 brains, 1 controller. They are the ones on the back foot. We'll see if they can recover Tech here as Teen tries to go for the high ground push, but he does get challenged and is now forced to pop that Phoenix kit. The timing, though, coming out from either side, it leaves a lot of time to try and recover. Now, can you shoot through the cracks in the road there?
No, in the grate, no,
right?
you can't shoot through there. I don't think you can. No.
I'm thinking maybe there's an opportunity, but yeah, if they can't, okay. There's the PK in the half for Tempest.
Yeah, that'd be insane.
Oh boy, 15 seconds before the ring starts closing, and they have to make a play for this. Do Rockstar have a play? Can they climb up on this one? Very difficult now as Tech has recovered. He is going to be forced to back away, though, as Team Intel watch their back now. Here comes the EMP. It connects onto them, slows them down. as the zone now will start pressuring them. Noct finishes off Munsgod, gets that solo. We're now down to the top 3, climbing right into the fences, full committing as Noct picks up 2, and it might just be 2 brains, 1 controller, but oh no, it's only Noct now, still surviving with about 30 HP. It's Team Rockstar with the climb up, biding their time, taking game number 7.
Rockstar coming through with a huge clutch win. Obviously taking a W in game 7 out of game, 8 games is going to be huge. And it's going to, if I'm not mistaken, they were 3rd on the leaderboard going into this.
They were 4th behind Team Applejacks.
Got it. Okay. Yeah. So that's going to be huge for them and hopefully shoot them up the rankings there.
Yeah, there was a 9-point discrepancy between Team Rockstar and Team Intel. And so we're going to see a lot of ground being made up by Rockstar. It all comes down to KP at this point to see exactly where they stand, with Team Razor also going down pretty early on. It's anyone's game at this point. And so you're not going to want to miss our final game of the evening here at Series E. So don't go anywhere, guys. We're going to take a short break, and when we get back, it'll be game number 8.
He's one shot. Bloodhound behind you. Focus Gibby, focus Gibby. He's one. Gibby dead. Wraith. Wraith dead. Bloodhound last. Nice, good job. Hey, what's up? I'm Hill. I play Apex Legends for Team Intel, and you're watching Series Z.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Series E as we are headed into the final game of the evening. We have to set the stakes. $500 are on the line. Only first and second place in the money. $300 going to first place, $200 going to second place. Let's take a look at the teams that are contending for it right now, as the leaderboards have been shaken up quite a bit. But Team Razors still have their spot in first place right now with 83 points, but their lead has been cut into drastically. Team Rockstar with a 25-point game are now in second place. Team Intel are currently in third place with 70 points, and there's still an opportunity for Team Applejacks in this, as they're only, 17 points down from Team Rockstar. So a lot of things can happen here. We need to watch this match intensely, KP5.
Definitely. Rockstar with an absolute monstrous round, having 25 points, putting them at only an 8-point deficit between Team Razor. They're going to be really gunning for an insane game here to overtake Razor. Razor obviously got to defend the crown. They got to stay on top. They got to make sure that they have a banging game coming out of here. And then, like I said, Intel not far behind. Intel can still have a really good game here. So, I mean, these are very close. And even though there's a 13-point deficit between first and third, that's not that much in when it's talent like this being thrown around, you know?
Yeah, with all things considered, all of our teams have been doing so fantastic. Take a look. Our top 5 teams currently are our partner teams, or excuse me, our top 6 teams. Right now, though, Pringles not doing as well. NPL and Cheez-It, we've been seeing them, of course, getting contested off drops. And we were talking about it at the beginning of the show. It feels like an eternity ago, before game number 1. Those 50-50s really do tend to just punish all the teams that are involved in it.
Absolutely. Yeah, the 50-50s is definitely something that you don't want here towards the end as well. You want to make sure that if you see any trails near you, you want to get out of there. But Z Davis already popping off on Pop-Tarts.
Ooh, the instant thirst onto Fat Fruit Ninja, as well as Team Intel. They were able to secure this spot. They were getting contested in the first couple of games by AMG, but that is no longer the case. It's all their loot at this point, as Pop-Tarts once again playing a man behind here. This time around, though, Lucas, he doesn't have a gold armor to work off of. He's got the white currently on that Evo, and so they're not ready to fight quite yet. It looks like he does have a triple take, quite possibly with the Hemlock in play. So there's a chance for him to try and fight this one back, as Team Applejacks, we saw them getting contested as well, as they are over here by Geyser currently. Lion looking for his time to try and swing on in, but he needs Klain and Kenny to find this angle first as well. Lion took a lot of damage. Never mind, he is now out of this fight. He tried to swing in, but they've got to be careful. They lose out one. Burst, he gets him with the Devo. They do answer back, taking out one. Playing around the bubble expertly is Kenny here as he backs away. He's only got that Re 45. Klain comes up to back him up, goes for the instant armor swap with that thirst as well, and he will be able to get that. It's just the white though. Last member remaining, it is going to be the Smooth Memes as he gets finished off. The fight did take place quite early, and oh no, Intel are here. It was a triple take, so maybe they're not instantly on top of him, but now Lion is out of this one, and you can see Klain just instantly escaping out of this game.
Absolutely. Intel saw an opportunity. They tried to jump on it. They were able to pick up one. But it looks like Intel's really not going to get too aggressive here. Intel realizes that they have to control the sorting factory. But never mind. As I'm saying that, Intel Hill dropping down. Looks like they might actually want to aggress this and take over Team Applejacks here.
They're split up. We saw someone all the way over by Balloon as well, but they can read the kill feed. This might be Flashpoint. It is Flashpoint coming in for the third party here. Nasky's already down inside the building currently. They do have to throw down that defensive bombardment. They will be able to finish him off as the bubble was used. He was a little bit afraid of the push, but of course it was just that solo. And so now we are down to our top 18 squads remaining here. Flashpoint. They had a pretty good start at the beginning. A lot of the zones really favoring their drop, but unfortunately, the zones started to pull away from them. Unfortunately for them, fortunate for us, because we were getting a little bit tired of those overlook circles.
Absolutely, those northeast zones, it was time for them to take a hike. We're going to jump on board over here with Team Cheez-Its, and you got Strictly right now dropping Stomps. Strictly's going to drop down this elevator shaft here. He's going to lay in some massive shots down onto Impulsive Dream. And he's going to turn back around. He's going to hit the 121. And Strictly almost 1v3 in those guys.
That's AMG coming in for the third party. Hambino was able to get the knock onto one and actually clutches up for the squad. Pop-Tarts is here, though, coming in for the fourth party. It's so hard to keep track of. Will the res go off? And it looks like they do get the res, but here's the push. Now Blight has already used his bubble as well, as they do finish off nades, but they're continuing this push now. And unfortunate for them, they were never able to get Fat Fruit Ninja back into this. And we have some high-flying shenanigans coming out here as they're utilizing those zip lines to get away. Unfortunately, not able to connect those shots, especially with the Hemlock 3x there. Lucas is not giving up the chase as he continues to hunt down the last remaining member, I believe, of this squad. The bubble has been used, and maybe this is the time you retreat. Never mind. Lucas will go ahead and port them forward. We'll see how far Blight is away from this as well, as Sinister might find themselves in a fight all the way here on the west side of the zone currently, as things have slowed down. And yeah, there is a team inside that building. Here's the scan. Scans onto two. Close the door. Excuse me, break the door. But the port is going to be used by that squad. And Zephyr takes some damage. That team should just be able to get away for free.
Absolutely. And the team that's sitting inside the building there, they gotta start figuring their thing out, because they're gonna get pinched and they're gonna get stuck in there. So they're gonna start making a move out of there, I think, momentarily here. But we'll jump back over on board with 2 brains of 1 controller, laying down some shots with that charge rifle there. And then now we're gonna jump and switch back over to Nestle Pure Life. E-Boy Ronnie trying to take a look, peeking some angles, seeing if they see anybody rotating up. They do see a team coming from the balloons, and if I recall correctly, that was Team Intel that was near the balloons. So this may be an MPL versus Team Intel coming at you here momentarily.
It might be, but with the rotation timings, it could have still been Sola Fide making the rotate out, and we'll see in just a moment though. As right now, Bambino holding the line for his squad, as Dracos did get cracked, and they'll back all the way up to the beacon building for now, as they do need to recover off this. Bubble was used from one side as Bambino goes for that early bubble before he even took the damage there. They're getting hounded down, and with this kind of aggression, I have to say that it's more than likely going to be Amos's. Here comes the slide on out. Bambino did some damage, but here's the defensive bombardment, a little bit short though, as they do back away, and Dracos is already inside the building. They're going to cover the doors for now. Get any damage off this could help them out immensely, but nothing quite connecting here. As Bambino will cover the stairs, pushes up with E-Boy Ronnie now, as he pops one last cell before going for that peak. And they do weather the storm currently, but how determined is this squad? It looks like not that determined, as they will back away with a TP.
Yeah, you know, honestly, I think the right play there is to back off. There's no point in pushing that. You know, you guys both are going to have the zone here. You can just get further into zone and worry about this team rotating into you later on in the match. So I would say well played.
Oh boy, take a look. Team Pringles here on the high ground, as we were seeing. They were actually starting to move up. They have to be careful. They have to watch the back. Here comes the pings instantly. The scan out as well. Casella's backing all the way up to the tree buildings now, as Hundreds is going to commit his Q as well, as they knew that they were a little bit out of position in this fight and did not want to get flanked at all, as Pringles retake this building, and they just play passively at this point here, watching their flanks as well.
Yeah, Pringles are just going to take their time here. They do have 2 minutes and 40 seconds to worry about actually rotating towards the safe zone, which is literally right next to them. So they might try to set up here and see if they can catch any teams rotating in, as they do need some KP to put up on the board. It looks like Hunters is going to start peeking around here. They might be aware of a team potentially over to their left, and they might be potentially trying to set up for these guys. Hunters is going to hold this angle here, and Hunters is 100% right as he starts popping off shots.
Oh, now the timing coming out from Rockstar as well. They might actually get involved in this, as they are starting to move on down through tree, but we'll see exactly what their pathing looks like. They were considering going for the south side, but they got shot from the north. There's a team already in position over by fences kind of early on, and really taking up a lot of real estate with those Watson fences. So far, Crummy just gonna hold the angle for his squad as they back away from this. It's Flashpoint now that's trying to play Gatekeeper up against the squad that's just to their north in the Mine Pass. Freestyle took a lot of damage, and Rambo instantly popped that barrel for him. Bubbles coming on out from either side. Here comes the Nox Gas Grenade, but Freestyle does end up going down to that defensive bombardment as they are slowly leapfrogging their way up with these caustic gas traps. So Rambo's getting hit from the left, and he did not react in time. Nasky is the only remaining member of this squad. Flashpoint now down 2. Nasky left to try and rat this one out. He's the heal up first as well, and that was really unfortunate. Rockstar though are now making this push on to the squad that are playing the fences. Big damage out from Crummy with that G7 scout onto that gold armor as Rakanishu just spamming through the gap in that fence here. Nades out, nothing connecting quite yet, but they will continue to throw in the ordnance. Defensive bombardment out now. We'll see if the Watson has the generator for himself. No, but they do have the bubble, and so they'll be able to survive, be able to reset. But how determined are Rockstar for this push?
It looks like Rockstar really wants to get in on it. You know, they're laying down damage. They're cracking 2 different gold shields over here. I think Rockstar is going to get 100% in full send on this.
They are slowed down a little bit, but here's the aggressive bubble coming out from Rakanishu now, deciding to turn back of Matt Pickett. Has not received that memo. Teen gets that knock onto Matt Pickett. And now Team Rockstar in a world of trouble. They were in second place, got a little over aggressive, and now they are getting punished for it as Team Intel taking out one of the big rivals in the lobby currently. Remember, they were in second and third place respectively, and Team Intel might be able to secure at least the second place finish by finishing off Team Rockstar.
Absolutely,
yeah.
Party. Go right ahead.
Yeah, here's the third party. Hill has just gone down as Stink was able to come in and get that knock onto Hill. And oh boy, now imagine if this is a complete reversal of what happened just before. MPL continuing their fight. It looks like up against Solifide. Designful might have continued to push onto them right now. Crummy eyeing up those bodies, might actually have an opportunity to try and recover the banner and maybe get the res onto Matt Pickett. We'll find out in just a moment. Yeah, back down here and Thermal Station, that fight has taken place once again. This is round number 2 between NPL and Solifide, but this time around Solifide are playing a man down as the defensive bombardment comes down, connects onto Gentrifying, gives them a little bit of information. They are looking now to just make the rotate around to the south side instead. Resulta will go ahead and swing all the way on over. Gentrifying hits that cell before he goes on over as well. So unfortunate for them, they lose out on Designful and will not have that. Gibraltar as NPL are the winners of that brawl.
And it looks like, okay, so Teen is just bleeding out. So Matt Pickett got the pick on Teen. So I believe, that's only leaves one person up for Intel currently right now, I believe. So that's kind of detrimental for Intel because they need to have a good game here in order to try and take that second place spot from Rockstar.
It's been so chaotic. It's really hard to keep track of. If we can, swap around, eventually that would be great. I think it might just be Crummy. That might be the only player alive for Team Rockstar. I don't know the situation, the status of Team Intel. Solifide are still here on the south side of the zone currently, as I don't believe they're fighting NPL. It might be another squad. We saw NPL starting to make their move into Thermal Station right now. Resulta backs up to try and rejoin his team. He is scanned out by that Bloodhound. Gentrifying, not hitting any heals yet, but he does have that Q to get away into safety. Just continue to back away and heal up when they can for now. You don't have to commit to this side, but the charge rifle connects, does a lot of damage. Resulta to back away. It's actually Shame Assist pushing after Aim Assist of all teams here. There can be only one right now. They're in pursuit. As Resulta turns around, only gets the one knock, leaving Gentrifying in a 1v2 currently. He's got almost no HP left, swings out with that Q, and there's the thirst onto him. And so Shame Assist should be able to recover and get Sumo back up into this, but oh no, here's Hundreds. Team Pringles coming in for the third party. They've been biding their time here on the south side of Tree, and now they are the ones that come up and pick up these kills. Good timing coming out from Team Pringles.
Yeah, Pringle's definitely picking the right time to jump on on that opportunity to push on through. And it looks like Pringles is going to try to continue the momentum here and look for any teams that might be over here. If I recall correctly, there was a team that was fighting that corner that had ended up pushing up into that area and got picked off for Pringles. So now they know that their entire back and that back alleyway that they came up is fully covered. And they also have high ground. So they have a pretty decent position and may not really have to move for the time being.
Rockstar ended up just losing Crummy right now, but it was a knock into a thirst by Nasky. I believe Nasky is still a solo rack currently. So many things are happening in this game. And yeah, he 100% is. He's got the gold armor, hits for the 70 on the Mastiff. Another peek out with a jump shot. But now he drops down to the low ground here. Still on this Wraith playing on the eastern side, but he has given up the height. Hits for the 16, goes for the Q, as he knows that that player is taking some zone damage, does back away to this box. Will he have the armor swap? No, he doesn't get it in time. Goes for the repeat, hits for the 56. It's the armor swap on the other side. It was Matt Pickett that was still alive, but he gets finished off. That is Rockstar out. Nasky winning out the 2v1 and surviving with the pocket here on the edge of the zone.
Nasky's ratting abilities are top tier when it comes to staying alive, learning how to play, and outmaneuver your teammates. Well played by Nasky there.
Dude's Night Out find themselves in a fight though here on the northern side. Good push up by A's, but he's not able to get the critical damage there. Defensive bombardment has already been used as Duplex tries to push up, but he's getting pushed from behind as well. We'll go ahead and reconnect with Rollers as they go down to the low ground. As they know it's that third party, they want to prioritize the reset first here, as they have a long way to go. You can see the ring pulling away down to the south, further and further into thermal station. A's will go for the repeak now as they make that push for that choke. They don't have to commit to this side, but playing the train tunnel is extremely difficult now. 5 more seconds on that scan for Aves. They're playing this very cautiously here. They see the information coming out from that Bloodhound passive, and it looks like they might just consider going for that eastern rotate here. Aves just checking the back for now, not connecting with those wingman shots, but he buys time and space for Duplex to heal up.
Now it looks like Aves got another scan coming out, and it looks like they might try to put some pressure on the team here behind this rock. You do have one that's high up on the top right-hand corner, but you have Aves that's currently gunning for the one down. Now 2 Aves laying down some massive consistent shots. Aves is going to take out Clinical, and Aves is going to take out Munsgod. It's now going to be a 3v1 situation with this guy up here in the top right-hand corner in these rocks.
Oh boy, the Thermite does connect onto him, and he has to back away off this, taking a lot of damage. Got that red Evo, but he's only popping the cells for now, so it's gonna be a while before he's fully healed up. Oh, and Team Rice Krispies trying to take a fight up against 2 Brains, 1 Controller, but knocked. Already starting things off. He's got that Hemlock burst down. Bird finally answers on back, as now they will go ahead and push up. Stunning now with the Massive playing on the other side of the fence. Goes for the peak, but he has to drop down. He pops that Q. Bird has almost no HP as well. He has dropped down. It's gonna be hundreds from Team Pringles coming in from the south to get him, and Stunning now playing off of the railroad tracks here is going to be forced out soon by this ring as well. Team Pringles controlling the platform of the train station extremely well. Nox gets finished off by Nasky. This rat is putting in so much work currently for flashpoints. Surprising there's a Prowler in play, but no one actually picking that one up. Still focused, of course, intensely on picking up the KP here on the north side.
And Stink looks like he's just going to start laying down some shots. They're going to start calling out the team across the way here from, across the lava from their platform currently right now. And look at Tempest now trying to hold it down for Intel, looking for those placement points. So we do know that we still have 1 alive for Team Intel, and Intel really does need those placement points. So if Tempest can stay quiet and stay low and hunker down for, you know, these couple fights to pop off, they might be able to actually succeed and have a good placement point.
Team Razor, though, our current first place team, that had an 8-point lead over Team Rockstar and a 13-point lead over Team Intel. They've got the tower position. They've picked up some KP. They have great armors. Now they just need to work in a way to rotate in with this next zone here. 40 seconds for them. Now this is all about just securing the win for today, securing the $300 from first place. This is a squad we were talking about. Mad consistency when it comes to Series E here. And I mean, the stat was, honestly, they average about 12, maybe 13 points per game at this point. I'm not a statistician. I'll let someone else do that math, but they are definitely staying consistent here. After 7 games, they already got 83 points, and so they are basically in that region now. Zone is closing here. They still have to work out a way to get in with it. And with the drop down, it could be a little bit dangerous here, as they don't have full information about what's below them. Mercy only will drop from behind, giving them some cover to work off with. Here's the scan, giving them some information as there's a full team underneath them inside of that tower. Paculo backs away, uses that cover, as Tricky decides to push in by himself, gets 2 knocks now, and Mercy only will fall. The zone continuing to close in on them. Team Razor have done a lot of work. Bambino gets finished off. Armor swap for Mr. Hakulo as he's buys him enough time to pop that Q to get under the stairs. Doesn't see anyone there quite yet. It's Team Pringles playing above him, but it looks like Tricky and Mercy are gone.
I believe Tempest is actually still alive too. We got a 3v1v1. Is this what I'm seeing here currently?
We'll find out in just a moment. Casellas does have that drone to work with. He can get that information for us. I mean, they might not have a Bloodhound, but they have the drone at the very least. See if Teen is still in on this. That's a 2-man down there, so I can't imagine that actually is. The Prowler is finally being used by Stink, doing some decent damage, but they are not full committing onto this one right now. Team Pringles leave fully healthy here. It's a full 3-man actually just below them, so Teen has gone down. It's all about who ends up winning this game though. Hundreds, a little difficulty there with the 2-4, but as Casello's making sure that their back is clear currently right now, as the zone keeps both teams, I believe, still in this. This platform is up or out now, coming out from Hundreds as he wants to set up a crossfire for himself and his squad. There it is. He's got the angle for himself, and he's trying to force them out to take a little bit of damage from that Mastiff. But here comes the White Swing now. Casellos with the nades in. They have the port used as well, and Hundreds with that port, with that angle, really turning the screws on this team now. He might have spotted out the final member, I believe, of Team Razor just below them, but he's going to return his focus onto the 3-man just below them currently here. Hundreds is not quite able to find the damage he needs to close this game out for his squad. They're keeping an eye on the solo just below them as well. But now it looks like we've got a little bit of a stalemate. They're poking out here. Got to be careful. They took a lot of damage. Stink gets cracked himself. Again, with 2 minutes now, things just slow down.
Yeah, they're gonna kind of slow down here for a second, and then they're gonna regroup and figure out exactly who they want to drop on and when they want to drop on. I can't imagine that they all 3 want to drop and try to focus at least the same person. They have a good idea of who they kind of pop shields off the most, and they might be willing to start making their play here momentarily.
It is the top 2 squads as well, and so Pringles now from the high ground here, like you said, dropping down, choosing that timing. The scan has already been used by Abe's. It's Dude's Night Out on the low ground up against them. You gotta know, with no Watsons in play, these nades are gonna be absolutely crucial to stick in. So that might be the MVP at the end of the day here. EMP set up for Casellos as well. And so that's gonna be an additional 50 damage all the way across the board. It's all about the execution on this final team fight. You can see a lot of things just being swapped around. A syringe onto Aves to get full healed up for this now. Huge armor advantage as well for Team Pringles. They've got the reds up against the purples of Dude's Night Out. And so all the cards basically stacked in the favor of Team Pringles here.
And it makes you wonder, when is this fight actually going to happen? Is it going to happen last second, or is somebody going to drop down, 10 to 15 seconds before the zone starts collapsing? I'm really interested to see what it looks like. Duplexes might be trying to make a little climb up, and he's going to try to wrap around here with his portal and try to set one up top for him.
EMP has been used along with the defensive bombardment, but the bubbles are there to keep them alive. Hundreds already getting 2 knocks, and it looks like Team Pringles will take the final game of the evening. That'll help them, as they were kind of sitting in the middle of the pack. They had 41 points before this game. It might not be enough to get them into top 2, but it's a nice boost to your morale to be able to finish off a tournament strong.
Absolutely. Well played across the board by all teams. And that was insane by Pringles. Good end of game there. And applause to them.
Yeah, fantastic end game finish there. Of course, just dotting all the I's, crossing all the T's. But that was the last game of the evening. We're going to take a short break while we tally up the final results, and when we get back, we will reveal the winner of tonight's Series E. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back.
Hey, what's up? I'm Hill. I play Apex Legends for Team Intel. The characters that Team Intel primarily runs is Wraith, Gibby, Bloodhound on the non-show match days, simply because the lobbies are kind of not as packed with the top tier teams. So you can kind of take fights without as much risk of like really good third parties coming in fast. I think the comp is so strong because there's kind of a lot of different reasons. The Bloodhound allows for a scan, so you can instantly know where the zone's going to go and then play around that and like kind of plan your like attack. You can like farm where an edge of zone where you think, okay, well, no one's going to go there because they're going to be going towards zone, so we can get some isolated third parties. And then Gibraltar is just super strong. His bubble allows for such good isolated fights, and a team that really practices their bubble fights with mastiffs and shotguns can literally just wipe you like that. It kind of doesn't matter how good you are sometimes. Your teammates, they can't take damage from it. They can get slowed and stunned, but I mean, if the other team's just getting pelted with it, it doesn't matter if you're slowed and stunned. You can go right in there and just clean up the kills super easily if they don't have like a Watson Gen down or a bubble down. And then Bloodhound with his scans, like if you give any top tier team wall hacks for 6 seconds or 4 seconds constantly for a minute, however long his ult is, I mean, a good player is going to abuse the heck out of that. So I think that's why it's kind of one of the top teams. And then end game, you obviously have Wraith Portal, you have Bubble, so you can have every good chance to win the game there as well.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Series E. We have tabulated all the results, and we have our final 2 winners of the evening. And taking a look at the leaderboard, Team Razor were able to do it, taking first place with 92 points. And Team Intel, with the frags that they were able to get there in that last game, just inching out Team Rockstar by 1 point. So that very crucial fight that took place just west of Sorting Factory ultimately ended up in Team Intel's favor. They take that win by 1 point up against Team Rockstar.
Definitely, and I think Tempest really clutched up there to get the placement points in order to put Intel above and get them the second place and $200 richer.
Yeah, what a crazy 8 games that we had here for, well, our first night of Intel week. And our 2 winners, of course, being Team Razor and Team Intel. But there's one more winner here in the stream, and that's someone at home. Of course, make sure that you have your last chance at the giveaway. Type an exclamation mark giveaway right now. Let's go ahead and do that. We'll draw the winner, and of course our admins will contact the winner of that. You'll win a cool Intel swag bag. But I mean, that pretty much does it for us. We're going to be back tomorrow. Any final words, KP5, before we close out the stream?
Nah, thank you guys so much for having me. It was a blast. It was really cool to be a part of this, and I just want to say all the teams played fantastically. Loved watching it. Great production. It was a wonderful time. Thank you guys for having me.
Yeah, it was an extremely fun night of games, but we're not done this week. We have one more stream that's going to be taking place, of course, tomorrow. It's our pro night, so we'll have Liquid, TSM, all of your favorites coming into play up against our partner team to see how they match up once again. It's going to be a 6-game affair, though, but we start at the same time, 5 p.m. Pacific, here on this channel. So for everyone here at Series E, from Esports Arena, all of our partnered squads, and our partners, KP5 and myself, thank you all for tuning in, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.